quote unquote, so on and so forth, come together and communicate about a topic, does not mean I'm going to walk away agreeing with you, Anselm. Just because I have a peaceful tone and I don't call you names doesn't mean I actually agree with you. So when I was in a room, I was listening in first, and I heard a lot of disrespectful things that was being said about Israelites in general. So when I'm hearing these things that's actually being said, I'm not faulting you guys for actually saying it because you believe that. I don't believe to change my opinion on a matter overnight, and I don't think you would either. But you guys are given the space to actually speak and demonstrate what you believe. So that's all I'm doing is asking for the same. Now, what I said was that this particular text to us is not clean. It's not clean. So if I was to drop the Goosebumps book on the ground and step on it, no one would say anything besides the people who yield to Goosebumps as some type of holy text. That's where we are right now. So it's not as in I'm using my speech to disrespect you. That's not where we are right now. I'm just saying that I did not see this video, and I said that before you came in, Anselm. I don't know the spirit of the man that was inside of the video, and I'm not in the video. I said all of those things, Anselm, before you came in. So what I said was, I'm going to speak just from the opinion of you guys deeming that stepping on the Quran, Israelite stepping on the Quran, is disrespecting the Quran. That's the opinion that that's the position that I'm speaking from. And just because I don't come to the same conclusion that you would like for me to come to does not mean you should be emotionally appalled. Let's all take our emotions out of it and let's just communicate about how we feel. And how I feel is that yes, is it a teaching tool? Yes. Is it the most effective teaching? If Anselm, if you was in here, I said it's not the most effective scholarly teaching tool. The scholarly teaching tool is to go into history, migration patterns, go into the holy text of the Bible or the text of the Quran and demonstrate things. That's what I said. The overall teaching tool is and should be, but is do Christianity and
All right,
Islam
Corey.
has, hold on, let me say
Corey,
this part because
you
this
didn't
part is
speak for
important for
a
you.
very long time. And
This
I think
part is
you're
important for you.
yeah, but I want you to
But
stick to the
does
topic, to the
Islam,
video.
but does this part is important for you. Does Islam and Christianity have a spiritual stronghold on our people, meaning the people of Negro descent, blacks, Hispanics, etc., have a stronghold on our people? Yes, a spiritual stronghold. So that is a physical demonstration to break that stronghold in your mind. It's not the main teaching tool. So we're not going to act like that's the main thing that Hebrew Israelites is going around doing. No, we go around and we teach the Bible and we teach our people to yield to the laws of God. That's what we're doing. That
Okay, and
is
among the
simply a
teachings, Corey,
demonstration.
among these teachings of yours that you do, you find it okay, you find it civil, you find it normal to grab someone else's holy book and text and throw it and shred it and disrespect it and step on it. Is this moral and okay to you?
Brother, he just compared the holy books to goosebumps.
No, I just wanted to get that clear so everybody can see that. And I want also the Hebrew Israelites listening here, because I don't believe that Hebrew Israelites are inherently racist or like against this. I know that for a fact. I don't lose hope in humanity. There are people out there that find this is appalling. This is appalling. From a Muslim perspective, we'll never do that. You know, when Islam ruled Spain and Portugal for 800 years, produced some of the highest top level Jewish scholars like Maimonides and that who lived under Islam, spoke Arabic. All their writings were in Arabic. Okay, when Islam was dominant empire in the world, the biggest empire we've ever seen, from Portugal all the way to China and India. Okay, and Christians and Jews lived under it. They went to universities, schools that no Muslim ever in the history of mankind grabbed the gospel, the Torah, and shred it and did that. Although they had the power to do that. Never. Is this inherently against our nature as Muslims, against our teachings? Because our religion teaches to respect others. Okay? Now, you were not even, Christians and Jews didn't even go to war to defend the land against Romans attacking whatever. They paid a fraction, 0.2% of jizya, which is a fraction of what I pay as Muslim zakat. And as a Muslim, I would go to military and defend you while you go to university and study and that. Well, this is a whole different topic. I'm just showing you a glimpse of history of how Muslims treated other minorities under their empire. This is in Africa when Africans ruled, like Mansa Musa, the biggest billionaire in the history of the world. A lot of people don't know about him. Was Muslim, who went on his word to Mecca, was given gold and money, literally from Africa all the way to Arabia, just donating to the world from his wealth. Okay, who was black African Muslim emperor. Okay, whether you go to North Africa, whether you go to the Middle East, whether you go to India, of course there were people who did not conduct in a way that they should have done Islamically, but generally speaking, there never been such thing existed. It's literally foreign to us. So when you see Muslims confused and like, what the hell's going on about this, is because it's against our nature. But you guys coming up here one after one, whatever tone you speak, whether it's soft or it's loud, you're just introducing us more into yourself, with all due respect, Corey, and telling us what your book teaches, okay, what your culture allowed, some do's and don'ts, and we actually truly appreciate this opportunity to get more familiar with the people around us in this world that we live in, our neighbors, co-workers, etc. I yet to find one Hebrew Israelite. I was gone. I don't know if anybody came up here and denounced this act, but this is something foreign to Muslims, right? And now I'm hearing from you, from your culture, your upbringing, your religion, that it is okay to disrespect, step on, and throw another book just because you don't agree with it. So I thank you for that, Corey. I appreciate it. I'm glad you made your point
Can
and
I
you landed.
respond?
Well, you already landed, and I'm landing here. There is not, like Brother Shadid says already. You've already made your point. It was just an opportunity because I haven't heard you, but you made it, and I truly appreciate it. I think you should move on to someone else. And thank you, Corey, for the discourse. Looking
Thank
forward
you.
for another one. No
Thank you.
problem.
Yeah, I would like to step in real quick if I'm allowed to and say
Go ahead.
something.
Of course, go ahead, FMT.
Jazakallah khairan. I just wanted to provide some general feedback. And Corey, I know that people want to move on, so probably you will not be given the chance to reply to this. But I just wanted to say that from an outsider perspective, if that's all you have to teach, then I'm gonna tell you, man, that that's a terrible way of doing
If you
things.
speak to me, I'm responding back.
Okay, if you're allowed by the moderators, you can do that. But just to respond to your ideas, I'm speaking to your ideas. You were speaking about teaching, and I'm here wondering about what is what is it that you are teaching with behaviors like that? You're just stepping on the holy book or the book that someone else is believed to be holy. But what sort of ideas are you conveying? What about the truth value of that book, whether it's false, whether it's true, whether its ideas are coherent, whether they're incoherent? What all about that are you really engaging with in stepping over that book? I have a Bible here at home. I don't believe in Christianity, but does it mean that if I go on and step on it in front of somebody else,
Even then, all the stuff he was saying was all about the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King, right? Bringing white people and black people together. I helped him with this, I helped him with that. His whole campaign speech was about helping both nations, right? Not just his own. But we voted for him. You know what I'm saying? And guess what's going to happen? He's not going to help us. He's going to do what he said he was going to do for them. He said he's going to do for us. It's never going to happen.
environment where different people can speak about their ideas without having to hate on each other. Because this is what the people in those videos are doing. They're just feeding you people. If you believe they're teachers, then you're highly disillusional. And forgive me for this. I'm not saying it to personally attack you, but I believe the idea of considering that a sort of teaching, a positive teaching on top of it, to be highly disillusional. Because all that's teaching you is hate. And if you were to be one of those people, then tell me, as a Muslim, how efficiently have you convinced me that Islam is wrong? As a Hebrew Israelite, if you really wanted to convince me that your beliefs are true, do you think you are doing yourself any favor with stepping over my holy book? Don't you think that's just going to build a wall, an ideological wall between me and you, right? How am I
That's
going
a
to
good
sit on a
question.
table with you after that and just be like, okay, fine, I'm willing to listen to you?
That's a good
Come
question,
on,
man.
dude. Be efficient, man.
Yeah, Can I answer? Can I answer? That's a good question, Full Metal.
Yeah,
I think
so
that's a,
Corey, go ahead, take 60 seconds or so, like to answer that and land blow, and I'm gonna move on to other people because other
no,
people are
no
waiting.
problem, no problem. It just I want to say though, Anselm, if somebody says something to me, can I be given 60 seconds? After that, when they move on, can
Yeah,
they?
we're giving you that, and I'm saying after you, we're gonna move on to something else. We're not gonna like have another
Okay,
person.
okay, okay, yeah. So if anybody else cannot respond,
Pinging, pinging. You know, tap that little plus sign at the bottom of your phone. Tap each face. Ping the gang into the room. Yeah, they really had enough. I'm surprised I still got my account right now. Guess I gotta wait till you know,
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. Shit.
Gotta wait till tomorrow. You didn't really say anything that was too outlandish.
I mean, he was saying you're going to be my slave, and if somebody cut that and report that, that might be a threat. But I don't know. The only thing that was very sad and disappointing is watching that brother Coon so hard that he almost pulled his back out for them Ishmaelites. That's disappointing to see that happen.
Yeah. I was trying to get that message to the Jakes, you know what I'm saying? With the time that I could talk. That's not their book. You know, that's not their
Hmm.
religion. Y'all think any of them can have a conversation?
Allahu Akbar.
Ooh.
Boom.
They're going to try to be like, I'm sick and tired of this phony, like, oh, we're going to like use our logic to try to logic it. Like, that shit is so 2013 when they was debating them atheists and getting they ass beat by them atheists, and they trying to carry that shit on you and talk to down to y'all like y'all ignorant and y'all can't have a conversation.
Yep. I
I
just want
only
to know.
had I only had 15 minutes before I had to go back to work, so I had to go out like that.
Con, you know, I'm still off because of the COVID. That's the only reason I can even be on that right now. I usually don't won't be able to be on till the evenings, but you know, I'm on here, so I just want to know if they could have like a conversation, like the conversation, you know, about the book. You know, that's all. Like, can they have a conversation without being emotional? You know, just getting in their feelings. Oh, why would you step on the holy book? He was crying. I said that on stage. I'm like, they sound like some crybabies up there. Why would you step on their book? Like, bruh, like, whose book is it? Is it your book? Like, did you buy that book and you marked it up and you know, you read it and it's something that is your family's and like it's not your book. Like that
So
was my thing with the video. It, you got something else?
yeah, I could put up a video right now. HOI Eve smacks the Bible out of an ox hand, spits on it, and then kicks it.
Wow. Now that would have been different. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's the because like it's his Bible in his hand. No, that's different. And that's why I said that on stage. I'm like, whose was it? Like, was it his Quran and they took it and snatched it from him? And like, I would have had a different response. I would have said, yeah, he shouldn't have done that. I would have condemned that. You shouldn't take something that somebody else's and do that. No matter what we teaching out there, like, because that's not wise. That's close to assault and things of that nature. Somebody's property damage. That's not wise. And I would have said, no, well, if it was his, then no, he shouldn't have done that. But it's his own book that he bought. He can do whatever he want with his property. Like, I don't even understand why it's that big of a topic. But that's just. I'm glad I was able to get underneath their skin a little bit. So all praise.
Salaki, did anybody ever get a chance to read the comments under that video?
But I didn't even really watch. I watched until like they threw the book in the street, and that was about it.
Man, those comments, Ishmael's just as racist as Esau. Just as racist. Yeah, we gotta put up that video next. But look, this happens to men of the Lord when they're teaching the Bible. Y'all can see this link right here. Shameless Eve spits and kicks Bible and Yahweh servants. So she attacked us, right? Because we was telling her to not dress so scandalous. She knocked the Bible out of the brother's hand, spits on it, and kicks it. You'll see, right? And this is what we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And you telling me one little skirmish when they get their Quran stepped on, they all in their feelings? Come on now, man. And it's not even his Quran, like you saying. It's not even his property. The clip of the video I seen, he's offering to buy it from Homeboy. You know what I'm saying? It's not even his. This is Homeboy's Bible, marked up, loved, studied with, and Eve knocks it out of his hand, spits on it, and kicks it, and nobody really cares. There's no uproar about it. That's just the men of the Most High going through their tribulation, right? Brush it off your shoulder. Oh, but let something happen to the Quran. That's how you know this thing is a heavy idol, man. Heavy idol.
Hey, Ak, they never sent me the address, man.
Of course they didn't. I didn't. I thought that like when I first heard that, I thought that he was talking about like figuratively, like how kind of like we talk when we talk about you know the Bible and swinging swords or boxing. Like I thought they was talking about like in a debate type. They was they was dead ass.
Wait, hold on. I'm out the loop. What they was trying to box out Yawasab?
No, they tried to they challenged. It was like a Muslim Hebrew Israelite MMA battle. They want to set up like an actual, well, so called. That's what they said, but when Yawasab asked him for the address, he ain't really get it. But they were saying that they really wanted to smoke like on the MMA side.
Oh man,
They
listen.
have no idea.
They have no idea. Listen. I'm not in the best shape right now, but all I need is a month and a half for Elder Harag, and you could send me Alibaba himself. I'm tangling him up. I'm tangling him up. I'm putting him in a pretzel knot. Was this Ishmael or was it Jake trying to set this up?
It's Ishmael, man. Like Ishmael trying to set it up.
And that's the only listen. I
I
dropped
think
back
yeah, it's
down because I was coughing. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just drop down. But I was like, hold on. He just. So I raised my hand, get back up. I said, okay, where's the address? You really don't like. We will pull up in all black, fringes on, armbands, headpieces. Like we will pull up. Don't think that won't happen.
Ishmael. Let's-
throwing Qurans on the ground as well.
Ishmael really was no part, Doc. I seen niggas worship Ishmael by the corner store with slap boxing skills. They really want no problems, Doc.
Yeah, it was just frustration. That's all it was. You could tell when people just frustrated. They ain't really want to fight. You know, it was just frustration and and the fact that our stance is that they're going into slavery, so they're like, you guys have no power, you can't do anything. So like then they try to challenge you physically, like, well, do it now, then do it. Like that's always a response. Do it now, then, like you know, because that they're just salty about the doctrine, but they don't really want to like hit in the back chat. You know what I'm saying, and set it up. They really don't want to do that. That's how come it didn't happen. Probably won't happen. I'll be surprised if it do.
Yeah, I can't believe the nerve of Ishmael to actually go there, man. Like, when was the last time there was like just a great Ishmaelite fighter that was just washing Jacob?
Everybody's seen what happened to Khan, Amir Khan, right? You see what Issachar did to him?
Mm-hmm.
God, Sister Yadi Yao, what's going on?
Hey, I had two things I wanted to say. First, number one, can you guys pray for me? I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling 100%. I'm gonna say that I'm not feeling 100%. And I also want to ask y'all if y'all seen this video. I want to back check. I want to back chat it to Joel. Because I seen basically what happened in the video. There was this. There was Israelites preaching on the side, and they made this white girl like kiss their feet, like all their shoes and all that. And I was like, I thought it was interesting because like, cause one of the sisters had sent it to me, so I wanted to see if y'all had seen it or what do y'all think about that. And they were reading out the Bible. They were saying, "They shall lick the dust of my feet" or something like that. I don't know what they're reading, but I know that I remember them saying that, and I want to see like what y'all thought about that.
Was the what was the child's ethnicity?
What do you say?
I said, what was the child's ethnicity?
Yeah, she was a grown up, but she was white, and then she had a couple friends with her. But it was a white lady that was kissing their feet that they made her. Well, they didn't put a gun to her head and like
They
make
didn't make
her do it,
her.
but they
They did
say,
not make her
but
do
they
that.
no, they didn't make her do it, but they told her to do it, and she actually did it. Like she got on her knees and she was kissing their shoes.
All praises to the Most High. What brothers think?
I sent it to Joel in the back chat if he's still there.
Yeah, he has to get ready to go back into work.
Okay, I can send it to you. Um,
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it before. I
what
haven't.
talking about?
Uh,
It was
I
from. It was Wi-Fi
watching for
WFI
Israel. Eh,
Chicago.
shout out to the mighty watchmen for Israel in Chicago and all around the country. Shout out
Con.
to you brothers. They be out there putting in that work on a weekly basis. I still haven't been able to get my first boot kiss, and I'm kind of sorry about that. You know,
Oh man, what
It'll
happened?
come.
I mean, I was close to one time, but then he like sat down and he like thought about it, but And he was like, I can't do that, man. I'm like, well, you're not really sorry then, man. You know what I'm saying? That was the closest. He actually sat down like right next to me. Like it was that close. Then he changed his mind at the last second. But, Lord willing.
Yeah, it's happened plenty of times. There's a spirit that's coming over that's making them do it because we don't make them do anything. The word of the Most High does. That's something that they're going to do anyway. You know what I'm saying? So when we bring out that word and the spirit gets put upon them to go down, that's not us forcing them to do anything. We don't uh, put them in a headlock or anything. We just read the word of God.
So y'all think they're not wrong for that because y'all
Are the
think they're not wrong for that?
are the scriptures wrong?
No.
Then no, emphatically no.
You know they read that from they read that from somewhere in the Bible. You you said that you seen it. You said you didn't know what see that's the thing, sis. Like it means that you wasn't really paying attention to you might have just seen a clip, but you wasn't actually paying attention to what was being taught. See, that'd be a lot of our people's problems. They don't actually pay attention to the scriptures that came out, and then you didn't actually go back and read the scripture right with its context to see why that they would do such an action or request such an action be done. Right? You didn't actually read the Bible and see that in there. So you should not have an opinion about it right now. Right? You shouldn't have an opinion about it because you didn't actually read the text to see what it is that's in the text that would cause them to say something like that. Because they're not just out there saying their opinions, right? You do understand that, right? They out there speaking, thus saith the Lord. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying like I mean I don't know if they said it and I didn't hear, but it was sent to me like and I watched it and she were talking about because we were talking about like how some, not all, but some street preachers kind of make us look bad, and then she had sent me that, and it was kind of like based on that conversation that we had. But no, I didn't hear the scripture. If it was mentioned, I didn't hear it, but I can go back and look and see if I hear it because I didn't hear it. The
God,
scripture that was being brought out.
Shalakia.
'Cause I
Yeah,
wanted to ask you guys. I mean, you know,
yeah, no problem.
I don't know. I didn't know really what to think of it. I was like, oh wow.
There
That's why I
a
said
lot of
you
brothers
know.
on let me put it like this. Let's see, one, two, three. There's at least four brothers on the stage that could probably produce similar videos. So that's what we think about it. Of them getting them boot kits. So that's what we think about it.
I definitely can. One thing my elder Zabak he teaches us that is the problem with our people is that they bring emotion into the scriptures, and the scriptures are not emotional at all. You understand? The scriptures cut, and they do what they're here for. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things you're going to see in these last days that are going to happen, and kissing the boot is definitely one of the least. You know what I'm saying? How about dashing the babies? You know what I'm saying? You can't bring emotion into the scriptures. You know, the Most High is going to do what He's going to do.
Salakia. So, to the sister, you got a problem with so-called white people kissing so-called black people's feet? Like, you got an issue with that?
No, not necessarily. I had never seen anything like that before because like I'm still like new to the truth and it's like different things. I just wanted to basically bring it up to get like more of a better understanding. 'Cause I
You
was
want to
just
be able to defend it in
like a
conversation.
little thrown off by it because I didn't really know really what to think of
You
it.
that's what you want.
I'm still
That's
learning,
what you
so
want. You want to be
I,
able to defend it in conversation, right? Be honest.
What'd you say?
You want to be able to defend it in conversation with your friend. You want to be able to justify it. Am I right? I know.
Yes, I
I know.
think
I
so.
know.
It's like one of those things, kind of like like, well, for me at least, it's kind of like a little uncomfortable. But that's just
Someone
me.
teach. Someone break it down.
Salaki, before someone teach you. Um, you know the history about people for slavery and being underneath the oppression of the so-called white man, correct?
Correct.
So was it an emotional thing for Esau to make you to be a pet for him, or a pony so he could ride his Edomite daughter on your back? Or was it an emotional thing that all gynecologists throughout America should owe their knowledge to the destruction of the so-called black woman? That's how they learned gynecology in the first place. Is that the same emotional sentiments that shared with saying the least of their problems is just kissing a boot versus all the atrocities that our people face underneath their hand?
Um, the way I felt about our people was higher than how I felt about the girl kissing their feet. It was like lower than that. But
Say that one more time.
it like the way I felt about slavery and and all the bad stuff that happened to us. Like it's higher than how I felt about when I watched the video. Um, what was it? It just because I didn't know because I mean it. I don't know why it shocked me because I mean I'm from where a place where it's like predominantly white people and they like kind of just do anything for whatever reason. Like you tell them to do something, they literally will do it. So, but I guess because I hadn't seen it, something like that, like in a while, so I guess that's why it kind of shocked me a little bit.
So the shock came from seeing someone who's supposed to be sort of a superior in a inferior state. Was that the shock?
Yeah, because it's weird, because like not weird, but like something you don't see every day, because it's usually like the opposite, you know, at least where I'm from, at least, but not here
It,
in Georgia. But I'm just saying, like, as far as where I was raised.
it consists. My first response would be to kind of get used to it. Um, Deuteronomy 7:6 tell you that we're a nation above all nations, but that comes with a clause of keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God and having faith in His Son, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. So seeing the opposition in the inferior state um, should be something you should get used to. Also, should bring forth a joy of faith into the Most High God, that His words didn't come back void to Him. That the children of Israel should reign as the superior nation above all nations that are upon the face of the earth, as said the scriptures. The scripture that all camps read to see if the Edomites are truly sincere about the atrocity, rape, rob, and murders of our people will be Isaiah 49:23. I don't know if I have a reader, and I'm not the prominent teacher on stage, so someone wanted to take it over. But the precept that's read, if someone could read it for the sister and kind of, cure of this, let's say, the shock that she's experiencing at this time.
Also, I wanted to say before I read,
Shalom, shalom.
I feel like, oh, sorry. I feel like it kind of exposed my heart too, because I've always been one of those people that likes, to keep the peace. Don't even if someone hurt another person, I would still, want the best for them. I don't know if that's good or bad. I feel like it's kind of in the middle. Just one of those people that's just like, you know, um, kind of, I guess, sensitive to that type of thing, because when before I came in truth, when one of the Israelites were coming to me and stuff, and they were showing like a lot of hate towards white people, it kind of made me reject them in a way, even though like I've had my own issues with white people when I was in Ohio when I lived there. So like it's just one of those things. I guess it just has to be corrected because um, growing up, I was raised to like not trust white people and things of that nature. So it's kind of like I guess it's a heart issue with me.
So see, and your testimony shows proof of the fear of the oppressor. So much so that when you see him in their rightful position, it's a shock or a fearful state. Um, and then one of Esau's tactics is to promote so-called love, 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 and peace, peace, peace. Where the Esau never been a peaceful nation. Everything he do is ran by the sword, by demands, and when he don't get his way, he throw a tantrum. And his tantrums mean people die, right? Um, so I don't know when someone got Isaiah 49:23, but hold that and someone get Jeremiah 6:13 through 14. I believe that's what I want. And if no one
Is
on stage
anybody able to
can,
read?
and if someone can't read on stage, can someone in the audience raise their hand as a reader? Kind of help the sister out.
Is anybody on the stage able to read? Hold on, I got you, man.
Yeah. What's the
We got a lot of people on stage. So I kind of don't want to bring too many up at one time because I don't want to I actually want to give it to the topic after we edify the sister. So what was that you called for?
Jeremiah 6:13 through 14. I want first, Baba Kashaf.
Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 13. For from the least of them, even unto the greatest of them, everyone is given to covetousness. And from the prophet, even unto the priest, everyone dealeth falsely. Verse 14. They have healed also the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace.
All right, and that's the stage we at as a people mentally. They claim peace, peace, but in actuality there is no peace, and that's evident through everyday news, everyday society. The fact that you said that it's uncommon or it's kind of weird to experience such inferiousness of the so-called white man to a so-called black man. That's the testimony of this same scripture right here, right? They claim peace, there is no peace. They claim equality, there is no equality. So what the scriptures does through the spirit of Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shah is give the eyes to the Israelites. They took off the cloudy lens and gave us more of a clear lens to see that the picture that was painted isn't the actual picture, or the lens I was looking through was kind of foggy and I couldn't get a clear view. So now the view is clear, or the understanding is greater, where we can see that this peace they're claiming isn't really a peace, but a veil of confusion, which allow us to think that we can actually be one with the so-called Edomites, Moabites, Ammonites, anyone that's outside of our nation. Um, that was never the decision of the Most High. He never commanded that all nations come together to be one people. He actually severed the nations, and you can get that back in Genesis, the 11th chapter. The Most High is a separatist, and he chose a people to represent him on earth, and that would be your Israelites, right? Your so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Until we understand that we have a position on earth in which we need to stand in, despite the lower state we in, we still are a beacon or a light of hope to our people until the Most High give command through the Spirit that it's time for us to take the kingdom. So, um, if someone grab Isaiah 49:23 to show the scripture that's read for the obedience of the heathens.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 49, verse 23. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to the earth, or Salaki, they shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth, and lick the dust of thy feet. And thou shalt know that I am Yahweh. For
So,
they, for
can't,
Salaki,
can't finish, not finish it off.
for they shall not be ashamed that wait for me.
Right. And we know that the patience of the saints are those that keep the commandments, have faith in Christ. So when the Edomite bow down, the Israelites should not be ashamed of this thing. So there in the scriptures, they tell you that they should come bowing down with their face towards the earth and lick up the dust. Now, even though the scriptures say that, we don't necessarily make them lick dust. Just kiss the boot in a sign of submission and of actual remorse for the atrocity of their people, right? And in hopes they can then be slaves in that time. But those heathens that's proud, then they're fit for destruction. And then any other prophecy that's related to the heathens being destroyed, well, they're going to fit those prophecies. But the heathens that's actually remorseful enough to bow down and understand the true biblical Israelites are the Black, Hispanic, Native Americans, and then there will be the slaves that's going to bring in their golds and all their spoils to the Israelites, as prophesied in Isaiah 60:10 on down, and Revelations, Isaiah, and all actually through all the prophets, right? So it's something that you shouldn't necessarily at all be ashamed of, because the Most High just told you through the prophet Isaiah, this is something that you should not be ashamed of. The fact that they're coming to bowing down, they're in their rightful state, but it's only a foreshadow is what to come, right? And no one says, hey, if you don't bow down, then that's you. I'm gonna take your head off. We read the scriptures, and through the Spirit, the Most High Himself put it on their spirit to do so, right? Because the Spirit gonna resonate that, hey, these are the true children of the Most High God, the sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and they bow down in remorse, right? And anytime you see that, we don't sit there proud. We give all praises to the Most High in the name of His only begotten Son, right? Every time a heathen bows down, we chant the name of the Most High in the name of His only begotten Son, because we know that only through Him a proud heathen can only do that. We can't do that, right? We don't run America. We don't control your water resources, your electricity, your food shortages or increases. We don't have that type of power. Our only power is the Most High through Yahweh Shah. So it might be something new, but it's something be something that should kind of shock you. And I know you in a area where predominantly so-called white people, but hey, let's just oh well, right? You know, ain't nobody telling you to go out there and do that, because that's not your position. But you should stand proud that a people that was once destroyed and beaten and whipped, people that use black women to advance their knowledge in medicine, and so-called black folks and their advances in science and technology through the Spirit by just reading words off a page, has now made the so-called oppressor bow down to those that's been oppressed. And that's the spirit of Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shah. And when you see these things, you should give honor and glory unto Him, right? And hopefully you kind of understand what I was getting at, and it take away that shame that you feel of inferiousness to the so-called white man, and that you actually greater than any other heathen. You're greater than all nations except the Hebrew Israelite man. Your position on earth as a daughter of Zion, you're above all nations. The only thing you're not above is the Hebrew Israelite man, and that's your position, granted to you by the Most High Himself. So you take that as a crown, as an honor that the men of Israel standing up in the name of Yahweh Bashim Yahushua, and that the women of Israel should no longer be afraid. Ain't no man in Israel scurrying off no more. We're not hiding. We're not. ducking off because he might whip it back. He might throw a few of us in jail or anything like that. No, we gonna let God be true and every man a liar, and that's what's being demonstrated when the heathens bow down to the true men of the Lord. And with that, I yield.
Con. So basically, in a nutshell, basically getting a taste of your own medicine, since they did to us for so long and still are to this day. Basically, like the scripture says, you reap what you sow. Like basically, like that, right?
When you read Galatians 6 and 7, it said, "Be not deceived, God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap." So the Edomites, they sowed much atrocity and destruction and famine and pestilence, death, murder, rape. Uh, that's them bowing down. It's not even an eighth of what's to come. The scripture said, "Give them double to double." When you read Revelations and Jeremiah 17, tell you the same thing. So the Lord gonna render unto them double. So whatever atrocity you can read about or experience in your lifetime, according to the words of the Most High, they're gonna have to receive that double. And according to John the Revelator, it says double double. So quadruple whatever they did is what's gonna come to so-called Esau, right? The Edomites, according to the Bible, and that's what's gonna happen. The brother, somebody can get the scripture the king called the book of Micah chapter 4 verse 13, but get it in the NLT, and then Dominique, you can take back over, King.
What was that scripture?
Uh, the book of Micah chapter 4 and verse 13, but get it in the NLT, Baba Kashah.
Bear with me. This is Micah 4 verse 13 in the NLT. Rise up and crush the nations, O Jerusalem, saith the Lord. For I will give you iron horns and bronze hooves, so you can trample many nations to pieces. You will present their stolen riches to the Lord, their wealth to the Lord of all the earth.
Right. Because when they came and took over and conquered Jerusalem and took all our holy vessels, that's how the nations kind of got rich and profited off you being Israel. So you see here in the prophecy of Micah, it's telling you that through Israel, through the children of Zion, we're going to trample the nations with brass foots and horns of iron, which means we're going to be stern and sturdy in the ways of the Lord, and our feet not going to be moved from the law into the testimony. And through this prophecy, we're going to trample these nations and shatter them in pieces. So them just bowing down, that's not even like I said, an eighth is what to come. That's just the a foreshadow of the Lord showing that He still reigneth as Yahweh over all the earth. These things we have something to look forward to. The trampling of these nations, the rising and the uplifting of Zion. The children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob through the spirit of Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shah. So, these things, you should give glory and honor to the Most High, and look at this as a way that the Most High has revealed itself unto you, that you is able to witness only a portion of His promise. Because the Most High not a man that He should lie, right? Neither the Son of Man that He should lie, and the Lord not slack concerning His promise, right? So, look at this as a way to praise the Most High in the name of His Son, and kind of get used to it, sister, right? Kind of get used to this position of us, being superior to these nations, as the Most High has promised the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? And I yield, Dominic, you kind of take back over, King.
Also, I wanted to say um, in the past, like when I would see, um, you know, um, black men, so-called black men, getting killed by the police and stuff, and it would make me sad. Like I would cry, and I was like, man, when will it end? But they would. I used to think like, when will it end? When would they get that punishment? And now it's like it's starting to happen a little bit, and I was like, I reacted the opposite way. So it was like, do you feel like I was like my initial reaction was like wrong, or do you think that was just natural because of what my environment?
I I believe it's a natural reaction. Um, you have a hope,
It's
and when
both.
that yeah, con. So when it is realized, it's both a joy and a fear at the same time, right? Especially when you see stories like Nat Turner, where he revolted, and some other people had to kind of go down with him. But hey, that's the condition of the battle. So what you felt like Big Bro Corey was just saying, you felt both, right? And because of that, you was in a what you call a frozen state, or what's the word I'm looking for? Like the word you brung out, using a state of shock, right? Like I've been waiting for this, but it's actually happened. What do I do? You kind of frozen feet, like a deer in headlights. What we doing is taking away those headlights and telling you go ahead and move your feet, because this gonna happen, right? This does save the Lord. This gonna happen. We all tired of it, right? Is it gonna end today? Nah, not necessarily. But as long as the Most High keep waking up the men of Israel, and the daughters of Zion also waking up, reverencing, the men of Israel, keeping the law, statutes, commandments, these things going to increase. And as long as the Most High is increasing His promise through His children, also the prophecy through Christ saying that the heart of men going to wax cold also through iniquity. So these things running on a parallel timeline. Evil's running and the righteousness of the Most High is running at the same time, right? And you get to witness it. You're a witness of the power of the Most High God.
Right, right. And it also reminds me of like, how in the movies where, let's say, for example, someone got revenge on someone, and let's say they killed one of their family members, and then they find them, they hunt them down, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna make them suffer, and then like one of the people that's working with them, one of them wants to kill them straight up and make them suffer. The other one's like, whoa, 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 chill, chill. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I feel like I'm the one that says like, chill. It wasn't because when I saw it, because back then, I never would imagine it being, a white person kissing their feet. So when I saw it, I was like, kind of taken back by it because it's not exactly what I imagined, even though it's like a grain of salt compared to, like being killed. You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of like the reaction like I had, like, how they like in the movies, and people are like, you know, the one person that's like all crazy, and the other one's like, just be simple, and the other one has to go to the extremes. So yeah.
See, the good thing about that is everything that's being demonstrated is biblical. So all that mean is you just, you still relatively new. Um, Whoever your teacher is or who you study under, keep studying. Those thoughts that's in you now will soon no longer be there. You'll see that everything is happening is biblical. Um, this is the Most High's movie, but we living it out. So this is real life. Um, so it's some Hebrew Israelite men. They kind of waiting for the day when we can, what you say, be the crazy man and kind of get them out of there, right? But we understand that we can't move like that right now, like the prophecy in Jeremiah 16:16. Right now we in a time of fishing, so we fishing as much Israelite men and women as we can before that great and dreadful day, right? Because it's gonna come a time where it's not gonna be no more clubhouse. It's not gonna be no more brothers on the street corners. It's gonna be real out here, and Wit gonna hide herself, as Second Esdras the fifth chapter going to Ezekiel 7:26 through 29. Right when you're going to First Samuel 9 and 8, you have people trying to pay the men of the Lord to give a breakdown. You're not gonna be able to get none of that. So while you at liberty, you want to learn this God as much as you can, and all doubts that you have, like you're doing right now, you seeking comfort from the men of the Lord. That's what you do. And then once you seek it, you go back. You gotta be more noble to those that was Thessalonica. Search the scripture to see if those things be true. Now, if you read the Bible and it's in the Bible, then it should be no more doubt because you believe in the word of God. So if the word of God said, then it's true because it's the word of the Most High, and then that'll help you take away that doubt. So that was shocking then, and then you kind of you're gonna run into more and more of those type of videos. And somebody, according to what you said, somebody tried to send that to say that the men kind of tarnishing the truth. How if what's happening is in the Bible when the words of God are true? So that's just people who kind of not ready to to be involved into the revolutionary that's happening, the uprising of the sons of Jacob. Like the Most High says, it's a light thing that I should raise up the sons of Jacob and gather in all the tribes of Israel. The Most High said that's the light. That's the lightest thing He gonna do. Gather us all in. The atrocities is yet to come. These just rumors and rumors of wars. This only a smidget, a speckle. It was to come, right? And you want to be prepared and ready. Lord willing, to be received of Christ in that dreadful day. You don't want to be confused on what side you want to be on, because there's only one side to be on, and that's the Most High through His Son. You know, if you ain't siding with your people, to the Most High, you saying, well, look, though hand join in hand, I want to be destroyed with the wicked. That's what you're saying, and I know you don't want to do that. So you know, it was a bit of a shock, right? Now it's to the realization that that what the scriptures say is an actual possibility, and now you can kind of walk around with a smirk, right? You can let your heart smile, right? You can still kind of move with circumspect based on where you live at, right? You don't want to put yourself in danger, especially there's not a lot of Israelite men where you at, so you don't want to put yourself in danger, right? But and all comfort of thought or of heart, that hey, this is prophecy coming to pass, and this is the love of God yet to be fulfilled in totality. So those things could comfort you.
I wanted to clear something up. I was saying that I used to live in Ohio where there was predominantly white people, but now I live in Georgia where it's Israelites around. And I think when the video, my opinion, like my emotions were kind of already up because of the basis of the conversation. So when I saw it, I automatically assumed that they were taking the word out of context because um I mean, if you don't understand it for yourself, things like that can happen. So like I was already kind of emotion like kind of in my feelings about when we were talking already, about those street preachers, and I was like, oh man, I don't know if I I don't want to be like that. I was already like, nah, I don't want to be a part of that. Because I had told the sister, I was like, at first I was hesitant about calling myself an Israelite because I had seen street preachers and they probably were right. And I probably just didn't know because, I mean, I was still a Christian and I thought, they were just preaching hate, preaching hate. And I was like, and I always be like, well, I love everyone. And they would just show me, and they would ask me, does the Most High love everyone? Then they would show me the scripture. Um, for Jacob I've loved, Esau I hated. So, yeah, it's kind of deep. It's kind of deep as far as like how I feel about things like this. Like it could have been anybody else, but but I guess when it comes to like white and black, it was kind of got me in my emotions a little bit. But I praise for the understanding.
Con, do you still feel like today the Most High love everybody?
Um, mm, no, because like once I saw that verse in the New Testament, I was like, yeah, that's probably true. He doesn't does nah, because some people were like, well, the law is done away with, but if you claim to follow the Bible, which is the Old Testament and the New Testament, and you can prove and you can back it up with precepts, then I mean it's true. I can't sit there and argue with the scripture. I mean, because I read the story.
I'm
You know.
sorry, sis. Nakia, can you
Huh?
please mute your mic, please?
Oh,
Go ahead.
oh. Okay, so yeah, because I read the story, because I always talk with my brothers and sisters about Esau and Jacob. Like, it it kind of baffled me, because I was like, it didn't, like, at the time, like when I read the story, I was like, it didn't make sense to me why he sold his birthright when they both come from, like, like wealth, and like he was a hunter, so he could have went out and got his own food. So I was a little, that part just kind of baffles me a little still to this day. I don't know if it's just me, but stuff like that just, it just doesn't sit right with me, But yeah.
So you saying the story of Esau coming in feeling famished and faint and one of nourishment, him selling his birthright, that's still confusing unto you?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's just me, or maybe I just need to read it again.
So I'm gonna kind of give you a quick synopsis. Um, a prophecy came to Esau, well, Jacob and Esau's mother, Rebekah. And the angel told Rebekah that two manners of people are in thy womb, and two separate nations, or two manner of nations shall be separated from thy bowels. So before they was even born, um, the Most High through the angel sent prophecy that though they are brothers by birth, they're two different kind of people. They're not even the same type. They're not the same manner of people, and they're two separate nations, right? So the Jacob, when you see it said Jacob was a plain man, the word plain in the Hebrew is tam or tayam, which means lacking nothing or perfect, right? And Esau being a cunning hunter means he's knowledgeable on how to hunt or how to trap, right? So Jacob, lacking nothing, including wisdom and knowledge, took the opportunity to say, well, if you're that famished, if you want something to eat that bad, well then sell me your birthright, and then I give you a pot of this. So Esau, moving in the flesh, says, "Well, I'm at the point of death. It would profit me a birthright if I'm about to die and I can't even inherit it anyway." So he moved into the flesh, and that's what made him sell that birthright, right? And Jacob thinking in the spirit, like this brother don't even know what he missing out on. So you think about the human body, and you've been out there in the field, and it's hot. They in the land of Cain, and it's hot. Esau, he lacked melanin, so he kind of at a point of, like he said, he's at the point of death, because a white man in the sun without sunscreen and water, he's damn near at death. So
Sunburnt.
right. So it makes sense. So he like, well, look, you give me some more energy, and I can kind of get back out there. So when you're reading the law, through it said that the Most High set before us life and death, choose ye life. So Esau chose what he thought was going to give him life, which is the pot of lentils and venison that wasn't fully cooked yet. And Jacob understood that true life came through the promises that came by the Most High. So that's kind of Esau's fault. But through the prophecy, we see that it was destined to happen that way anyway, because he said the elder shall serve the younger. And when you go to Genesis 27 and 40, when Isaac blessed Esau, he said, your sword should be your blessing, and you should serve thy brethren, right? And you should get the fats and the dew to heaven by the sword. But through his blessing, it's still meant for him to serve Jacob. That's you read that. So once you read it, it should bring forth no more doubt, because it's read right there in paper, right? So it's not really a sense of, well, I don't understand why Esau sold his birthright. No, it should be more, all praise to the Most High that Esau sold that birthright, because through that, me being a seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, now me and my people get to inherit the true blessings of the Most High, and not a temporary kingdom that came through flesh. Like Ishmael, he 12 princes, right? But that's temporary. Esau blessings come through the sword in his kingdom, but that's temporary. Moab, Ammon, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Greeks through Alexander, the Romans, all those, the Persians and the Medes, those was temporary. But the promise of God is that his inheritance and his kingdom shall never be moved. All these kingdoms been moved. So that's a true blessing versus the temporary exaltation of your people, right? You rather take a temporary exaltation or one that lasts forever. So Jacob understood it and said, "Now I'd rather take the one that lasts forever." And Esau, I take the one that lasts now, right? And even today, that's what he teach our people: the fast life, get it now, get it now, get it now, because that's his mentality. Versus Jacob was a more relaxed, patient man, saying, "Nah, we gonna get it and we gonna hold it forever." Right? You understand that, sister?
Yes, awesome breakdown. Because I'm like, did I miss something? Because like, I guess, well, probably it's just me. Because I don't think, But if you, but if like you said, it was already destined to happen. So either, hold on.
Appreciate it, Ryan. Um, sis, did you have any more questions?
I kind of think somebody kind of walked into a room. She said, "Hold on," so I heard a door squeak. So I don't know, King.
Oh no, I was asking the sister. No, I was saying the water for your breakdown. I was talking about sister your diet. Did you have any other? Oh, you was talking about her,
Yeah,
Araya?
yeah, yeah. Con, King, Con.
Okay. So if she got any questions, that's fine. We can answer another one. But we can move on to Sister Nakia.
Hi guys, how you doing today?
Not bad. How about you?
Hey, shalom, sis.
Shalom. I am just getting into the knowledge. Um, I used to be on the new age, with the universe and the meditation and all of that. And then I ended up dating a Muslim guy, and he was not Nation of Islam Muslim. He was actually a Sunni Muslim. And I ended up going over to his country. He lived in Europe. I went over to his country in Europe, and I saw how his family lived. And they, number one, don't consider the Nation of Islam real Muslims because they believe in the Elijah Muhammad and not in the Prophet Muhammad. So they believe that the Nation of Islam and Farrakhan are like a cult. And so when I was over there with them, I realized that they say they believe in the one true God, that Allah is the one true God that all of us serve, but I realized that was not the case. While I was over there, God had revealed to me. He told me, he said, "Look at these people. These people are corrupt people. They are not people of me. They are not serving me." I would question them about praying to that Kaaba, which is a black box. And I will ask them, "Why y'all praying to that black box? God is not in that box." And it used to be pagan gods in that box. And under them, they said, under their doctrine, they said that the Prophet Muhammad went and cleaned it out and made it a holy site. And also they pray to the east, to the rising of the sun, and they use the moon phases to break their fasting with the Ramadan, and they do little things like that. And I know in the Bible it says that in Ezekiel, when he showed Ezekiel the seven signs, he told them, he said, "Look to them, they're praying to the east with their backs towards my altar." And also, God says, "Do not worship the host of the skies," meaning the suns and the moons and rocks. Because when they go to that Kaaba, when they go to Mecca, they kiss the black stone, and they do all these paganistic things. And they had me under the impression that they were a holy people, when I realized that they were not. Um, Also, some of the customs were, they wouldn't touch me. They don't, if you're married, you can't show pictures of the wives to other men. Like, things were just really, really weird. And God revealed to me that they were paganistic people. And that's when God told me, "You need to turn your life around, and you need to come back. You need to come back to me." So that's when I got into the word, and I started reading the Bible. thoroughly for myself. I started reading the Old Testament. I started reading the New Testament thoroughly, and I realized that we are God's chosen people, and that we need to turn away from all them paganistic ways, these holidays and things like that. Um, so now I'm getting to observing the Sabbath. So every Friday at sundown to Saturday sundown, I don't do any type of work or anything like that. I just pray. Um, and I wanted to know, on these Sabbath days, I know we can't like light a fire or anything, but what other things should we be doing on the Sabbath that way I can keep it holy?
Conscious. So I appreciate you coming up and sharing that with us. Um, all right, you still there?
Yeah, King, I'm still here.
All right, I can pull some scripts for you if necessary.
Con. So you got the beginning of the observance of the Sabbath down. Um, the Sabbath is the Saturday part. Actually, is actually the most holiest day to the Most High. Um, Outside of the feast days, the Sabbath day is what the Most High hold most dear. It's a sign between Him and the children of Israel. You should do no work, no cooking, no cleaning. If anything, your whole day should be dedicated to serving, worshiping, and praising the Most High through studying, reading, praise and worship. So that's how you should spend your Sabbath day with the Most High.
I'm gonna go to Nehemiah 10:31 as well. 10:40 says, bear with me. It reads, and if the people of the land bring ware any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Sabbath or on the holy day, and that we would leave the seventh and the exaction of every day. So you also don't want to be buying and selling as well. That's another thing. You want
Okay.
kind of you don't want kind of go shopping and all. I mean, in the mall and things of that nature. You got your other days to do that. So besides everything that you said, that would be the other thing that I would point out to you as well.
Okay.
Hey sis, let
And
me tell you something else real quick, right? I'll give you the floor.
uh,
Right? You do whatever it is that's lawful that you want to do on the Sabbath, sis. You understand? Like
mm,
it's your day of rest. Like it's literally the day where no one can call you in for employment.
okay. Okay.
And Salaki, I just want to make mention concerning certain like there's certain extreme views concerning the Sabbath. Like some people won't light an incense on the Sabbath. Like you have those extreme views. The Most High did not say you can't burn anything when you go into ye shall not kindle a fire on that day.
Yeah.
It goes into making the Most High angry as well. Not saying that you should be roasting specific foods and things of that nature, just because you feel like this is your day of observing the day of the Lord. But some people don't understand the kindling fire aspect concerning the law. When you go into kindling a fire, like for example, in my location where I'm at in the Northeast, it's cold. So because my burner is on in the basement, am I breaking the Sabbath? No. You see what I'm saying? Some
Mm,
people, they don't understand the aspect of kindling a fire when the Most High was explaining, ye shall not kindle a fire, which means make the Most High angry on the Sabbath. So there are dynamics of the Sabbath and dynamics in the law that have a more broader understanding when you say kindling a fire. You can light incense on the Sabbath. The priest lit incense on the Sabbath, things of that nature. So when the Most High said, "You shall not kindle a fire," even the menorah, they had to keep it burning. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so there are certain aspects of that that entail kindling a fire, and the Most High was talking about um, causing him to be angry. This is
Okay.
where you get consuming. I will consume you in the fire of my jealousy or in my anger, things of that nature. So that's another aspect of the kindling a fire. But you could light incense and do, all of that.
Okay. Another thing that I noticed that
Hey,
the
Salaki says, I'm sorry, I had a phone call, but just so you know, right? You know what I'm saying? Just back to what I was telling you a minute ago. Christ said that Sabbath is not made. Yeah, man, the man is not made for the Sabbath. Sabbath is made for the man. You don't serve rest. Don't let anybody turn it into something religious like the Jewish man. You understand? It is a day that nobody can bring you into your servitude. You understand? Into a time where you have a day to yourself. You have a day that no one can force you to go into labor. You know what I'm saying? So you utilize that day as you please for how you fit. You understand?
okay. Also, I wanted to talk about. I noticed that about like building an altar. Do you guys do you guys build altars for God? And where He said, "Bring me your first fruits." I know we got like sin offerings. We have all the other offerings. Do you guys do those at all?
Salakia.
Also, I need to say this real quick. Sis, there is different understandings within our community on certain passages of scriptures and certain things that is lawful and not lawful. So I just want to make you aware of that, you know, as you're having this conversation and we're having this dialogue, you have to find the congregation or camp that resonates with your spirit. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to kind of, if it seems like you might not understand what some brothers are saying, other brothers might have said something that you feel like, no, it sounds like you might have said something different. That's because brothers have different understandings, even on this stage, on specifics on keeping the Sabbath day. So I just want to make sure that I said that for the system, but you got it right.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's not.
Nah, that was much needed, said the Water King. As far as the sacrifices and the altars, um, we know that the body of the Israelites is the temple of the Most High, and the altar of sacrifice will be your heart, your consciousness, or your willing to serve the Most High in sincerity and in truth. Um, Someone get Proverbs 7:1-3 real quick, Baba Kashah.
What was that?
The book of Proverbs, chapter 7, verse 1-3.
Proverbs 7 and verse 1. It reads, "My son, keep my words and lay up my commandments with thee. Keep my commandments and live, and my law as the apple of thine eye. Bind them upon thy fingers, write them upon the table of thine heart."
Right. So you take the commandments and you write them upon the table of thine heart. Right. That's that table. That's that altar you present to the Most High. It's the heart, which the Most High judgeth. Right. He don't judge the outer appearance, but the heart of man. So when you read the book of Sirach 35, verse 1, say that he that keepeth the commandments gives sacrifice enough or praise enough. So your sacrifices come from making your body a living sacrifice, cutting off the old man and become newness and spirit through Hamashiach Yahushua. So those would be your sacrifices. Now, if sacrifice is done away with in totality, in this time frame, is on a halt. because sacrifices the Most High set His name in Jerusalem or Mount Sinai or what you call the city of David. Um, because we're not there, we can't perform the temple sacrifices through the Levites or the sons of Aaron
Mm-hmm.
to perform those. That's why did you after Christ you go after the order of Melchizedek, and the sacrifices come from one of a cleanness and a newness of spirit. So that would be a quick overall um, on that question. I know the brother Tazawam Gabar said he had a couple for you too, sis. So I'm gonna
Okay.
yield the floor to him.
The Water King, and first and foremost, Shalom, Yabashim Yahushua, Barakatam, to all the Akim, Akwak in the room. Can a brother pull Exodus 20 and 24 for me, real fast? I'm kind of driving through the spirit.
Got you. The book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 24. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings,
All right,
and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name,
where I
I
what?
where I record my name.
Right, right. So the temple is going to be set up where the Lord records His name. You know, you can't just set up your own altars, right? You know, do what you want to do. You know, get your own sacrifice going. You know, all these things are where the Lord sets His name, right? Like it tells you, know, book of um, Tulaki, right, in the book of Matthew, the eighth chapter, right, the fourth verse, right, Yahweh Shai, he even commanded, right, the brother after he was healed, right, to go and shoot that soap unto the priest, right, because you still have peace offerings, right, sin offerings, trespass offerings, right.
Mm-hmm.
There's various different offerings, but we're covered through, right, the blood and mercy of Yahweh Shai, right. But overall, right, that altar has to be where the Most High set His name at, right, which is Jerusalem, right. Even when you read the book of Acts, right, the 21st chapter, right, the 20th verse, right on down to 28, the account with Paul and James, right, where I'm gonna just go to it, right, because you had men that had a vow on them, right, the Nazarite vow, right. Now this is after, right, the Lord already died and already went up to the third heaven, right, real fast. Acts 21, and I'm gonna start at verse 24. It says, "Them take and purify thyself with them, and be at charges with them, that they may shave their heads, right? And all may know that those things whereof they were informed concerning thee, uh, they were informed concerning thee are nothing, but thou thyself also walkest orderly and keepest the law." Right? What was that law going into? Right? Numbers the sixth chapter. Right? Going into that Nazarite vow, right? Verse 26. It says, "Then Paul took the men, and the next day, purifying himself with them, entered into the temple to signify the accomplishment of the days of purification, until that an offering should be made, a slaughter should be offered for every one of them," right? Because when you break the Nazarite vow, right, you have to make the offering, right, for the sin offering and for also a trespass offering, right, for breaking that vow, right? Whether you have to bring, right, that turtle, right, or that dove
Mm-hmm.
unto the priest, right? But
Mm-hmm.
now we don't have that temple standing anymore because it was destroyed, right, circa around 78 AD, right,
Mm-hmm.
by the Roman empires who came and took over Jerusalem during the Roman Jewish wars, right? So now, right, like the brother Mariah, what was going into through the spirit, right now, right, we have spiritual offerings, right, and I'm gonna touch on that in Sirach just a little bit more
So
in the
right now you said,
35th chapter.
oh, so you saying we just doing spiritual offerings now, so we don't have to build the altar or anything like that.
Right. Right, because the altar has to be built where the Most High set his
His
name is, right?
name.
You know, you can't just kind of do what you want to do, right? You know, because it's also a certain way that it has to be built, right? You got to get the hewn stones, right? You can't use any tool thereof, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's very specifics according to, right, how the temple is going to get built up, right? So real fast, this is Sirach 35, and I'm gonna start at verse number 5. It says, for all these things are to be done because of the commandment. It says, the offering of the righteous maketh the altar fat, and the sweet savor thereof is before the Lord. The sacrifice of a just man is acceptable, and the memorial thereof shall never be forgotten. Right. So, like the brother was going into, right, performing the laws, right, the ordinances thereof, right, repenting, fasting, being on fire, keeping the commandments, right. That all these are the offerings, right, of the righteous, right, unto the Most High. So our works, like the brother was going into, that will be our spiritual offering, right, in the name of Yahweh Shah, Lord. Right now, also, right, real fast, like the brother was touching into, right now, this doesn't mean that the sacrificial law is going to be done away, right, because in the temple, you're going to have the sons of Zadok, which come through the sea line of Aaron, that are going to be doing the sacrifices for the nations in the
Mm-hmm.
temple. I'm gonna get that real fast in Ezekiel the 44th chapter for edification, real fast. I believe we want to start at verse 15. This is Ezekiel chapter 44 and verse 15. It says, "But the priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok, that kept the charge of my sanctuary, when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me, and they shall stand before me to offer unto me the fat and the blood, saith the Lord. They shall enter into my sanctuary, and they shall come near to my table to minister unto me, and they shall keep my charge." Right. So the Levites are going to also continue their office in the kingdom as priests under the orders of Aaron, to do the sacrifices, right, for the other nations, and of course, right, the rest of the nation of Israel were going to be priests under the order of Chesedek, right, teaching the nations. Right.
Okay.
So with that, you.
I'm about to say, so if we could sum this up and just make it simple. Christ is the sacrifice now, sis. You read Hebrews, the 9th chapter, it'll tell you that the sacrifice of fruits, oxen, animals can't compare to our King Christ. You understand? So as a result, you understand we are the temple now. You are the temple that houses the spirit of the living God. You want to make the sacrifices, you keep the law, statutes, and commandments of the Lord and do the work. You know what I'm saying? So there's no sacrifices right now
That's
for
what I had
Christ.
that's what I had a contradictory with. Like I told you guys, I'm new to this, so
Mm.
this is what I had the contradictory with. The Old Testament basically says like keep the Sabbath holy, but on with Jesus Christ, he was saving souls on the Sabbath, and he basically said that the Sabbath is like you said, he worked for the Sabbath and the Sabbath don't work for you or something like that. So he really didn't press that. Also in the Old Testament, God said, "Thou should not drink any type of blood. You know, blood is life, and thou should not consume it." But in the Old Testament, Jesus Christ says that take the flesh of my flesh and drink this as my blood. Um, Other things is,
On
God
Salaki,
said
hold on,
keep our
sis.
commandments.
Hey,
Salaki, sis.
brother, let her get it out.
She gon'
Okay.
I wanted you to deal with that first point because she about to run down like a few
No,
to
that's fine, right? I just like I want to
oh,
just see where
oh
the whole thought process is coming from to get to the root of it. You know what I'm saying?
okay,
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Con
Uh,
Salaki, Con.
No, no sweat, brother.
okay. Thank you, guys. um Also, God said, you need to keep my commandments. Through my commandments is salvation. Through my statutes and my laws is salvation. And now under Jesus is saying that, oh, he died for the sins, so therefore you're automatically forgiven and there's salvation. But also on top of that, like, okay, Jesus died for our sins, but we still sinning. We still sinning, we still doing things like nothing has changed for us. And I don't understand how Jesus dying can cure our sins and we still sinning, and how God would just, he just sent up there like, okay, well, Jesus died for you, so I'm just going to forgive your sins. I'm just going to forgive your sins. It's like, instead of saying you ain't got to do my commandments, you ain't got to abide by none of my laws or none of my statutes anymore, just believe that through Jesus Christ he's the son and you'll be forgiven. So it's like the New Testament gives us a kind of give us like a scapegoat, like you ain't got to do nothing, you ain't got to do the Sabbath no more, you ain't got to do laws no more, you can drink this metaphorical blood, everything that God told you to do in the Old Testament, you don't have to do that anymore under Jesus. And it kind of makes me think like I don't know which way to go. You know what I'm saying? I really don't know which way to go. And my spirit, this is just my spirit, is leaning more towards just follow what God said in the Old Testament, because even in the New Testament with Paul preaching amongst the Gentiles, telling the Gentiles that they're grafted in and they can basically through them, they are through faith that the Gentiles are under the same covenant as we are. So it goes against everything the Old Testament says, and I don't. I'm kind of conflicted with that.
Okay, and that's why I wanted you to get it out. You know what I'm saying? But, I think I'm gonna go in reverse order with you, sis, because the latter part that you stated is just a little bit more prominent, because that's where, like, the first things that you mentioned is context, right? More towards the latter end is the misconception. You know what I mean? Like you still have and this isn't your fault, right? And you said you're new to the walk and all that. You still have a Christian understanding of what it is that Christ did. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to touch on the Gentiles just yet, because that's going to go into a whole separate topic. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes down to Christ, right? When it
Hmm.
comes down to our King Yahweh, this is what you have to understand. It ain't magic. It ain't like the sins is just wiped away and now you do whatever it is that you want. That's the Christian concept, so that they can justify why they stay inside their wickedness.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you an example. This is Hebrews 10:26. For if we sin willfully after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. So this is what you got to understand. The simplest way I could break it down to you is Christ died for what you did, not what you do. You are going to be held accountable for what you do now that you've heard the truth. But you have a second chance at life. And this is the best way to understand the mission of Christ, right?
Hmm.
Is that picture you're on death row, right? I don't know what the hell you did to be on death row, but you better walk that green mile. You know what I'm saying? With however form of capital punishment they gonna use for you, and somebody steps up and says, "Let her live. Take me instead." Now you get set free. You've been given a second chance at life.
Hmm.
If you committed the same crime, right,
Hmm.
that you committed in the first place to get back on death row, would that like how can I phrase this, right? If you were to commit that same crime, you understand, you'd be pissing on what that person died for. Like
Right.
like your life doesn't belong to you anymore because somebody else gave it up to you. So
Hmm.
therefore, to honor that person, right, who took that place, what should you do?
You should never sin again.
You should never commit that crime
Right.
again.
Right.
And now that's what this is saying. Because if you sin after you heard the truth, after you hearing that this man died in your stead, and this is why it's so important, because prior to this, right? Like
Hmm.
the blood of an ox, the blood of a turtle dove, right? It was like paying a ticket, right? Like, do you drive?
Yes, I do. Hmm.
Okay, you ever get a speeding ticket?
Hmm.
Did it stop you from going over the speed limit?
No.
Nah, because you know what I'm saying, you just gonna pay the next one. That's what it was
Exactly.
like bringing a lamb to the priest. And if you were rich, I got plenty of lambs. I could keep doing this sin. It didn't affect you. But there's a certain level of brotherhood that you have to have if you actually believe in Christ, to say, well, a man died for me? No, I got to change my life because otherwise I wasted his.
Hmm.
You understand? And that's what changes you when it comes down to Christ. I'm going to finish this on the scripture just so you know that it's not magic and you understand.
Well, you breaking up a little bit. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now.
No sweat, right? So now, after there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins, meaning Christ's sacrifice don't cover you, the Lord's going to deal with you. But a certain fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversaries, meaning you're supposed to be looking for God's judgment if you sin. You're supposed to fear the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
So much so to this point. He that despised Moses' law died without mercy under 2 or 3 witnesses. How much sorer punishment, suppose ye, shall he be thought worthy who hath trodden under the foot of the Son of God, and counted the blood of the covenant wherein he was sanctified an unholy thing, and hath done despite unto the Holy Spirit of grace? Meaning, you had grace is I let you live. Grace is mercy. Grace is you supposed to die. So now you're taking advantage of it, and you're gonna keep sinning. You're pissing on what he died for. You're just trampling over the Son of Man and the sacrifice he made. If you died under 2 witnesses under Moses, it's gonna be 10 times worse for
Mm-hmm.
what you do if you don't change your life and keep the laws, statutes, and commandments that Christ laid down. And here's the other thing, right? Not to be too long-winded, and then I'll pass it to another brother. But going in reverse to what you stated, right? Even when it comes down, Christ didn't change anything. He didn't literally drink blood, sis. He didn't literally eat flesh. And if you notice, when he said that, all his disciples except the 12 left. And he was like, y'all gonna leave too? Because they said this is a hard saying, who can understand it? The truth isn't always something that's directly digestible. What
Mm-hmm.
he told them was, live like me, embody my life. And he told them in such a raw fashion, because that's who Christ was. Christ wasn't this soft, you understand, white boy walking around the desert like, I'm Jesus, help me. Do you understand? He was an austere man. He flipped tables and made a whip. You understand? Throwing all the money changes out the temple. You understand? Like Christ was from the hood. It said, could any good thing come from Nazareth? So when he said that, that was a metaphor. That wasn't literal. So he was not drinking blood. To the point before that, Christ gave the spirit of the law, sis. Like when he would talk to some of the Sadducees and the Pharisees, like in John the 3rd chapter, when Nicodemus came to him and he explained being born again. He didn't understand being born again. He said, "What you
I
mean? I
think
gotta."
this guy works for Fox News.
Could you hold
Donald,
on?
mute your mic, Donald.
Yeah, let's just move him down to the audience. I don't even know why he's up here, but that was me, by the way, Donald. I don't even know why you're speaking. So what happens is that Nicodemus said, do I got to go back into my mother's womb? He thought he literally had to go back into his mother's womb. It was a spiritual aspect.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that they didn't grasp. And that's what Christ came to do. He came to give you the spirit behind the law, because everybody was looking at it as just black and white and forgetting the most important thing, righteous judgment in the law. That when somebody breaks the law, you have to have a court case and give a proper judgment as towards what they did. So Christ didn't change anything. If anything, he reinforced it. If anything, he made it harder to follow. And if anything, if you break the law after this, is going to be a worse punishment.
Mm-hmm.
And then lastly, just to briefly touch on the Gentiles thing. There's a lack of context when it comes down to Gentiles. The Gentiles we're talking about is Israelites. They are Israelites who are living under another identity. For example, like when it says neither to the Jew nor the Greek, that word Greek is Hellen. Hellen are those who were Hellenized, much like we were Americanized, meaning these were Jews, but they spoke Greek. They had a Greek outlook, a Greek culture, and a Greek philosophy because of the Hellenization period. Because prior to this, if you know about the Maccabees, they they enslaved us and forced us to take their identity. So there was still some of us who were scattered throughout Corinth, throughout Galatia, throughout these different provinces. And that's who Paul went to get, his flesh, to bring them back into the fold. And the whole mission was to show those living in Jerusalem these brothers can come back, and to show those brothers who were scattered how to come back.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Nah, no sweat, sis. I think your name was Aria. You know what I'm saying? Ha'abad. You know what I'm saying? I know you wanted to say something, brother.
Con King Cap. This Ariah. I'm under Outer One Yawa all the SOT.
Oh, okay. Hey, Shalom. All right. You know what I'm saying? Salaki. You know what I'm saying? You want to say something, brother?
Nah, Con, you touched on the point. I just when she had said the point about blood, wanted to deal with it, but when you said you wanted to hit the whole matter and run it down, you did your thing, King. So hopefully the sister understands. I'm gonna yield the floor to the sister, see if she understood what you were saying.
Yes, I do. I do understand what he was saying. He basically said it was metaphorical. It wasn't really Jesus Christ wasn't drinking blood and drinking his flesh. It was basically saying, "Embody me, do as I do, follow my works and my ways." And I figured that was the case, but the fact that he even used the blood, I felt was like, well, why would he even say that if he know that in the Old Testament that we are not supposed to do that, but now you're telling me that he was just raw with it. He was raw with it, and that's the way he came off. So I can understand that, and I'm definitely going to study the New Testament more, um, and I'm gonna figure this out. But the reason why I came on was because of your the title. Can Muslims actually have the conversation without emotions? So I was wondering what were you guys referring to as far as that title?
Salaki, before we get into that point, the when you go read the Passover with Christ and his disciples, when he told them, drink this is my blood which is shed for you, he can't drink his own blood because his blood wasn't shed yet. That also solidifies more that it's metaphorical or more of a raw style of teaching. So when you actually read the account, he's letting you know that there's wine that they was drinking because that was the custom of the Passover, which you read in Exodus the 12th chapter. That's what Christ was performing the law. So he said, and like manner as this wine gonna represent my blood, which is shed for you. So that's it was metaphorical, the same way Cap was just bringing it out.
Oh, okay. And one more question before y'all get to the Muslim thing. In Malachi chapter 4, verse 5, it says that Elijah is going to come back as the Lord. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, and he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. And I did talk to someone, and they said that I believe in Matthew, Jesus Christ said that Elijah had already came back already, and that when he came back, we didn't know who he was. So I wanted to know, like, do you guys know maybe who or when he came, or who this person could have been, or what happened during that time, or if
Yeah,
Elijah already came?
yeah, Khan, I'm gonna read it for you. Uh, the book of Matthew, chapter 11, verse 11 to 14. Verily I say unto you, among them that are born of women, there have not risen a greater than John the Baptist. Notwithstanding, he that is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffer violence, and the violence take it by force. For all the prophets unto the law prophesied until John, and if ye will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. So Christ is telling you that John the Baptist was the Elijah that was prophesied to come.
Oh, John the Baptist is Elijah. Oh, okay.
You know what a lot of people don't know because of Christianity is that there's something called, like, what the world calls reincarnation is in the scriptures. You understand that your soul recycles in the earth like everything recycles. That's literally what the first chapter of Ecclesiastes is about, which is why it talks about rain going up in the sky and then coming down. You know what I'm saying? Which is why it talks about the winds recycling in the earth, which is why when it talks about there's no new thing under the sun, it says that thing has been named, and that is man. We all recycle and come back into the earth. This is why judgment takes place under the sun, because this is where you're judged. This is where, you understand, you can be put inside a condition of heaven or hell, living deliciously, or being born inside the ghettos of America with no identity, destroyed as a people, on the bottom of every socio-economic ladder. You know what I'm saying? So this is things that, once again, we've disconnected from because of Christian dogma.
Okay. Okay. And again with the Muslim things, also the Muslims burnt 12 churches, 800 Christian homes, and 2,000 Bibles. Okay. Okay. All right. What do you guys feel about that?
Ishmael's a wild man. That's what the scriptures say.
God.
You go into who concocted that book together that came from the Ishmaelites. If you read the Quran, you know Quran is Syriac for to recite. So if they burning Bibles, they burn the very foundation of where they book extrapolated from, which was no need to take place because the children of the prophets are the prophets are the children of Israel. You see,
Mm-hmm.
there's no prophethood that came from Ishmael. So they could, they could be wild all they want. They just fulfilling what the Bible describes them concerning their mannerism. Ishmael is a wild man. So, majority of those Arabs over there, um, they're wild by nation, and that's the holy scriptures. So
And that is very true. Like I said, I was over there with them. They're very very savage, and I read their Quran. So I had got a English Quran. Actually, one of my girlfriends who was Arab, she brought me one, and they call themselves trying to convert me or whatever. So while I was over there, I was reading, and I was all like, okay, because in their Bible, I'm sorry, in their Quran, like the first 7 pages, it says that Israel is God's chosen people. It says that in their Quran, and it talks about Jesus, Mary, Moses. Actually, to be honest with you, 90% of the Quran is referring to Moses, about what Moses did. So it has a lot of the Bible in there. So what they don't do is they don't actually read the Quran because, Lord, do you know, half of them cannot read that Arabic. So the Arabic that the Quran is written in, most of them cannot even read Arabic. They can't read that type of Arabic. So what they're really getting their doctrine from is the hadiths, which is the Prophet Muhammad. So they really don't even follow the Quran. They're really following the Prophet Muhammad and what the Prophet Muhammad did, Aisha, and all of them. So and through that, that's how they come in with the praying, how they treat their women, and how they do, because in the I read the hadiths. In the hadiths, it actually says if you see a Christian or if you see a Christian or Israelite walking down the street, you are to push them to the furthest corner of the street. If they were to say hello to you, you are not to say hi back to them.
you
that
you
that
you're
mhm.
absolutely right because I stayed in Egypt for like 6 months, and they make the Christians walk around with a tattoo on their wrist to show what religion you are. And the first thing they ask is, "What are you?" And they look at your wrists. That's what they was doing in Cairo when I was out there. So they're very aggressive people towards anybody that does not believe in that has the same faith as them. And it's a real contradiction to how they try to make it seem like they're submitted to God and they're loving people. And they got so many contradictions within their book. You got brothers up here that are very studied in that background as well, for situations of debate, casting down the imaginations that come with that Quran, jargon.
Mhm.
So, um, you know, if you have several questions, you got brothers like Yahweh all up here. He's very, very well versed in debating the Quran. There's several brothers up here that are very well versed. I myself have history, so whatever questions you have, you can ask the brothers that's on the platform. We've all traveled, studied, so I think that you met the right room in order to get your questions answered.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
Oh,
Oh,
me? Oh,
and
no, me.
for the record, that Quran is a comic book. We step on it. We take that Quran, slam it on the floor in front of Muslims.
And I know they hate that, but what got me is because when I was there, I had bought like a little you know how you decorate your table. So I had bought like a little leopard, you know, it's like a little gold leopard, and I had put it on there. And so they came in my house, and it was like, you're not supposed to have any images in here. So you need to get rid of that. And I had some little mermaids and stuff. You need to get rid of that, and you need to do this and do that. And I was just like, okay. And I said, but why are y'all praying to this black box then? This is you in the Bible. You cannot worship anything of stone, wood, or anything. So you guys are worshiping this black box, and it has all type of symbols of stars and moons and all of that, crescent moons and stuff. So why are you guys doing that? And of course, they couldn't tell me the reason why. They was like, oh, well, we you know, that it's some little excuse that they made, you know, so they couldn't give me the reason for that. And also so another thing that they were doing was they felt that if you so over there, if you are not Muslim, they felt that they had the right to treat you any kind of way because you were not Muslim. If you are not praying, like I had one incident where one guy had did something to me and the guy that I was dating, and we had talked to my brother-in-law who was an extreme Muslim, and he basically took up for the guy. But he took up for the guy because the guy was more extreme Muslim like he was, and he went to the mosque every day and we did not. So he felt like, well, you guys don't pray anyway, so y'all basically whatever happened to y'all deserve it in so many words. And I was like, well, what type of people are y'all? You know, what type of people? You say that you're all inclusive and it's all one God, but it doesn't seem that way. So I realized that they are worshiping Satan. Them people are over there worshiping Satan. They're worshiping the devil. They're pagans. And they celebrate Halloween, by the way. So when I was over there, they wouldn't celebrate Christmas or anything else, but they would celebrate Halloween and of course did their Ramadan. And the problem that I had with Ramadan was they would fast all day, starve themselves, wouldn't eat all day. And as soon as nightfall came, they would eat like pigs. I mean, just gluttony. Just they will make more food. They will make more food. They will throw food away. That's how much food they had.
I second
And
that. And they smoke all day too.
and they smoke all day and everything. So I was asking them like, why are you? So why do you guys do that? Because to them, fasting is supposed to be that we're sympathizing with the less fortunate. So for this time, we're putting ourselves in the homeless people's shoes. So they're starving and they can't eat no food, so therefore we're going to do that as well. I said, but you're being hypocritical because they can't go into a feast at 9 o'clock once the night fall. They can't just go and have a feast, but you guys are doing that. I said, if you guys are going to be one or try to be in their shoes, then you guys should be fasting for real. Like y'all shouldn't be eating at all, you know. And I don't like how the gluttony was at it, you know. And it's like they're just hypocritical. That's what I saw.
I mean, that's religion. Religion is hypocrisy. You know what I'm saying? And once again, shouldn't no black, Hispanic, or Native Indian be involved in Islam?
I
It,
agree.
it is the Quran is a comic book. It is a poorly plagiarized version of an Arab's interpretation of what he perceived Judaism and Christianity could be, and he utilized it to aid his people. So if you're an Arab, you understand, listen, enjoy it. That's your religion. I'm sure it fixed you. If you're a black, Hispanic, or a Native Indian, you are forbidden to serve the God of the Quran because it is not a God, it is a rock. It is that
Mm-hmm.
rock at Mecca. That is what you serve. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? And once again, that's why I take that Quran and slam it on the ground and step on it in front of NOI, FOI, and the halal cart. And that's that.
Well, thank you guys.
You're welcome, sis. Like y'all gotta remember, it was Muslims that killed Abba Bivens, man. You know what I'm saying? Like for those of you who might not know, like that's where all this come from, man. You know what I'm saying? Like the seven heads learned from Abba Bivens, and the Muslims killed that man because he said he was the great. That's where Islam and the Quran come from. You know what I'm saying? It come from because that brother was murdered in Jersey City by Muslims when he told them, "You are God's chosen people." You understand? And it's why I have nothing but the utmost disrespect for that religion forever. for how they killed my brother who paved the way to save our lives and turn back to the Most High in Christ.
Salakia, if someone could get Jeremiah the 41st chapter, to get a little back history on Ishmael, man. And if can nobody read it on the stage, cause somebody in the audience come up and read it.
I'm driving out of one.
What's the precept, King?
The book of Jeremiah, the 41st chapter, start from the top. You kind of read down a little bit. We'll give a backstory, how Ishmael plagiarized the Israelites, man. And they want sympathy for someone stepping on their book.
I got you. It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 41 and verse 1. It says, "Now it came to pass in the 7th month that Ishmael, the son of Nathaniel, the son of Elishma, of the seed royal and princes of the king, Shalakit, even 10 men with him came unto Gedaliah, the son of Ahakim, to Mizpah, and there they did eat bread together in Mizpah. Then arose Ishmael, the son of Nathaniah, and the 10 men that were with him, and smote Gedaliah, the son of Ahiakim, the son of Shaphan, with the sword, and slew him, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the land."
Right. So Salakia, real quick. So this after the king of Babylon, when you read 2 Kings 24th and the 25th chapter, came and conquered the land, burnt down the temple, but they had left the remnant of Israel, the poor, the people, and out of the remnant, he appointed the Israelite a king over the remnant of the people that was left. Ishmael and his dirty thought of mind came and slew the king that was left over the Israelites, and the poor that was left over. Kind of give you a quick synopsis of what's going on. Hey, keep reading, King.
Verse 3. Ishmael also slew all the Jews that were with him, even with Gedaliah at Mizpah, and the Chaldeans that were found, and the men of war. And it came to pass the second day after he had slain Gedaliah, and no man knew it, that there came certain from Shechem, from Shiloh, and from Samaria, even fourscore men, having their beards shaven and their clothes rent, and having cut themselves with offerings and incense in their hands, to bring them to the house of the Lord. And
Right, and,
Ishmael,
and Salakia, you see how the heathens, and you can find this also in 1 Kings the 18th chapter, right? When you got the 450 prophets of Baal, when they was trying to get Baal to answer, they would cut themselves. So you can see this is a heathen custom, of cutting themselves, thinking they're gonna bring sacrifices unto the Lord, right? So these the men of Shechem doing this, going from Shiloh to Samaria, right? 80 men. They got their beards shaved off. The Most High not dealing with that. They try to rent their clothes and things like that. Keep reading.
right, verse number 7, right? It says, "And it was so, when they came into the midst of the city, that Ishmael, the son of Nathaniel, slew them and cast them into the midst of the pit, he and the men that were with him. But 10 men were found among them that said unto Ishmael, Slay us not, for we have treasures in the field of wheat and of barley and of oil and of honey. So he forbare and slew them not among their brethren."
Right. So these 10 men that was left, they kind of had to pay for their freedom. They kind of had to, give up some of their possessions to keep Ishmael from slaying them. Right. In the same place, and it's gonna get into it, but the same place that Ishmael threw him in the pit is when our former kings have built that pit for when we went to war. But Ishmael seeing that our people, the same way Esau say, raise it to the foundation thereof, and they stood by at our demise. Ishmael took that same opportunity when we went in captivity to the Babylons to kind of take us out too. So, Maccabees say, hey, what nation have not had part in our spoil? It's historically found right here in Jeremiah and in Second Kings how Ishmael did the same thing. It kind of took advantage of us in our lower state, like they do now, man. Right, Reed?
Thanks a lot. All right, verse number 9. It says, now the pit wherein Ishmael had cast all the dead bodies of the men whom he had slain because of Gedaliah, was it which Asa the king had made for fear of Baasha king of Israel, and Ishmael the son of Nethaniah filled it with them that were slain. Then Ishmael carried away captive the residue of the people that were in Mizpah, even the king's daughters, and all the people that remained in Mizpah, whom Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had committed to Gedaliah the son of Ahikam. And Ishmael the son of Nethaniah carried them away captive and departed to go over the Ammonites. But when
That's it, King. That's it,
God,
King. The water. So you can see what the Ishmaelites did, man. They came in, slew the remnant of the people that the Most High left in the land. Even a king that was appointed over the poor of our people. The pit that Esau made for the king of Israel out of fear of him. That same pit is where our people were slain and thrown into. And then the residue of those that was poor, they took into captivity and cast them over in the land of the Ammonites. So it's no sympathy for Ishmael, man. All that toilet paper Quran. Like ain't nobody dealing with the Ishmaelites, right? They kind of dealing with Ishmael. They kind of want to throw the racist card out there. Oh, you Hebrew Israelites are racist. How? Y'all the most hateful terrorist group on the planet besides Esau, right? When you read uh Psalms 83 and 6, you got Edom, the tabernacles of Edom, and then Ishmael right behind them. So y'all the top two damn devils on the daggone planet, right? But they want some damn sympathy for a book that tell you to recite the Torah, the prophets, and the gospel. That's written in the Quran, right? So ain't no sympathy for Ishmael, right? I was in the room last week, and he was like, "Oh, the Hebrew Israelites hate white people." I had to kind of correct him. I said, "Look, hey, we hate you too, Ishmael. We don't mess with you heathens, man. It's it's no respect of persons over here, right? All of y'all gonna get it. All of y'all going in captivity, and we waiting on the signet or the trumpet of the Most High Yahweh in the name of His only begotten Son." So I kind of want to give people a quick history on how Ishmael also played a part in our demise during the time of Nebuchadnezzar and the siege of Jerusalem. Through Babylon, man. Right? Ishmael was in there too with Esau, getting it in, man. Brothers want to get in there. Y'all go ahead.
Just to reiterate into that's very true. In the Hadith, it talks about how the Prophet Muhammad, he had a war. I forget the name of the war, but I used to always tell them that because they used to always tell me, "Oh, the Prophet Muhammad was a man of peace." So I would bring up this war, and in this war, he basically killed all the Jews. He went into their land, said slaughtered all the Jews, and basically took their dates, the oil, and everything they had, and basically taxed the people. So the people that were left, he taxed them, and basically, like you said, they had to pay for their freedom. So he was like a gang, like a mob, him and his people, and that's what they would do. So when I would bring this up to them over there, they would all like didn't have anything to say, but this correlates the same story that's actually in a hadith that the Prophet Muhammad did. And on top of that, the Arabs over there are very racist. They treat the black Africans like crap. They believe that the black Africans they civilized them. So the Arabs believe that they civilized the Africans. So therefore they are more superior than them. They treat them bad. They don't like to mix with them. And even in the mosques over there, the black Africans the black Muslim Arabs were being treated worse less than to the white Arabs, because the white Arabs think they white. So white Arabs actually believe that they are white, even though they live in Africa. Some of them, like the Northern Africans, they don't even identify with the Southern Africans. And when the like in Libya right now, the Southern Africans, one guy was telling us, because in Africa, in Southern Africa, they're trying to go to Europe. So what they'll do is they'll go from Southern Africa or the Middle Africa, and they'll go up north. So they'll have to pass through Morocco, Algeria, and Libya to get to the English Canal to try to get over to England and France to freedom. But what's going on is the Libyans are capturing them and putting them in prisons. So while they're in the prisons, there's one guy from Nigeria. He was a Nigerian African. He told me, he said, during Ramadan, they would eat in front of us while we were fasting. They would beat us. They would torture us. They would call us all type of names. They would do so many racist things to us. And that the white Arabs who he was talking to, they were ashamed about it. Like, oh, I can't believe they doing this. But this is some of the racism that the Northern Africans, how they treat the black Africans.
Just the let me back off what the sister was bringing out, and I'm sure the other one, y'all will all can attest to these as well. These go into their teachings, right? You know, when you go to the uh, hadith, you know, it says that um, you should obey those that have rule over you, even if it's a black slave with a raisin head. You know, so even throughout the teachings of the Quran, right, you see a lot of slander, a lot of derogatory terms, and a lot of hatred towards our people. So, kind of with that, brothers.
Oh, and one other thing, I don't mean to talk so much, guys, but one thing they say is that, oh, we're not racist because Bilal, the Prophet Muhammad, he his first one of the first servants or believers of Islam was Bilal, and Bilal was black. But they don't know that Bilal was a slave that the Prophet Muhammad purchased, okay, from another as his own slave, and he basically gave him an ultimatum: either you join me or you catch this sword. So actually, and even Bilal asked him, like, "Or did you buy me to free me, or did you buy me to for me to be a servant to you?" And basically, he really had no choice. So that's another thing they try to say, how they not racist because of Bilal, but they really are. Bilal really had no choice.
Hey, did y'all not see just the title of that room itself? Like thug is the politically correct word to say nigga or spick in the media. You know what I'm saying? Even I was only in the room a short time, right? But even how the cat was talking to Corey when he was like, "Well, I just think that the argument comes from the fact that y'all don't understand what you're reading." So now we have no reading comprehension. You know what I'm saying? So now we're just thugs who can't read just because we disagree with your religion. You know what I'm saying? This is why Black, Hispanic, and Native Indians need to be racist against other races of people. And I'm not saying we have to lynch them. I'm not saying that we have to murder them. I'm saying that we have to prefer ourselves and treat them like the disgusting heathens that they are. And because that's how you rise as a nation. You understand? And that's how you become free as a people. They act like that because they're free. We need to, you understand, be able to have the same liberty.
And also to let me back off you, Captain. You know, they always say we have no understanding of what we reading, but they always fail to break it down or give us the correct breakdown or give us the correct interpretation. You know, it's always we don't know what we're talking about, but they never break it down. You know, so that's also another strange occurrence that I see in Islam that kind of resembles Christianity to this day. You know, a lot of it's a private interpretation, or it's a understanding. But just like the Christians, they never really break it down or tell us what it's going into.
Man, I'm led to believe that Muslim and Christians are one and the same. They both derive from Roman Catholicism. They both believe in a daggone immaculate conception. And I'm led to believe by default, these Muslims believe a Christ is the Most High God, despite what they say, man, based off of a surah.
Most of them haven't even read the Quran. They can't break it down because they don't even know what's in it. A lot of these Muslims, they're Muslim by birth. So they just feel automatically, I'm a Muslim, I'm an Arab, and that is what it is. They're not reading anything. They're not even trying to get knowledge. As a matter of fact, they're not really that educated. They're not really, if you really think about it, what has the Arab contributed to the world? What have they really done? They haven't done anything but cause destruction. And that's all that, and they actually feel like that to them. As long as being an Arab is good enough. So I would ask them, like, okay, so what do y'all have? Because we got everything over here. We educated, we invented things. We got our music, our culture, we got this and that. So I would ask them, like, so what do y'all have? And they would tell me, we got Islam. Like, that's all we need. So everything else is secondary to them. So they are not even reading the Qurans. They are not even reading. They're just going by what their imam is telling them.
Con.
Let me tell you what they contributed. They
Told
contributed
you.
to building the slave ships. That's what they contributed to. You know what I'm saying? Like they contributed to our captivity. That's what they contributed to. Man. Only thing an Arab could say to me, man, is would you like white sauce?
Hold on. I got something for y'all. Shalom, everybody. By the way, these
Salam. What's up,
Muslims
Hebrew?
or Muslims, as I like to say, they don't even realize in the Hadith it says that Muhammad was a white man. It's crazy. But like, as the sister was saying, they don't read their own Hadiths and surahs. They don't.
Man, them same hadiths say Muhammad is a pedophile, dealing with 14-year-old girls, bro. Take that whole religion and throw it in the trash.
She was not
Uh,
14, sir. She was 6. Aisha was 6.
Shit, you see that? There you go.
Aisha was 6, and he consummated the marriage at 9. Yes, Aisha was 6, and when he when he died in Aisha's arms, because this is what Aisha said, he died in my arms because he got sick. Okay, so this goes back to it. So how the Prophet Muhammad died? He got poisoned. So what happened was with that war I was telling you about. I got to get the name of the war. He had took one of the Jews as his concubines, as his slave, and so he had her. And what she did, she had poisoned him. So he never recovered from being poisoned.
Is
So
Joel?
when he
Hold on one second. Joel, you here? Oh, he busy right now. I just wanted to confirm something. You know what I'm saying? When you could pop back, I always thought she was 9.
Yeah, Taisha was 6, and because he consummated
Shit.
the marriage at 9. He had sex with her at 9, but she was 6 when he married her. He also married his brother-in-law's wife. He married her too, because in the Hadith, whoever the
mm,
Prophet Muhammad set his eyes on, that's who he gets. So he took his brother's in-law's wife.
mm.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Aisha was 6. He consummated the marriage at 9. And Aisha, when he got poisoned because of with that war, he had got a slave. That slave ended up, she was a Jew slave. She poisoned him. So, and as he was dying, his last dying words in Aisha arms were, "Death to the Christians and the Jews." He died with hatred in his heart. Yes, he did. And that's the truth. I will bring this up to them. Listen, none of them read that. None of them read that. None of them know about that. And I will bring up the hadith. So the first thing they'll tell me, oh, that's the source you're using is a wrong source. So I was talking to my Arabic girlfriend. She gave me a real source. So I started using the real source and popping up these hadiths. They had nothing to say to me. They had nothing to say to me. And I told them I will never pray. I'm not I'm I'm not eating y'all meats because they sacrifice. We're not supposed to eat any of the meat that they sacrifice because they eat halal. We are not supposed to be eating any of their halal foods because God said do not eat any of the Gentiles' meats that they use as sacrifices. So I don't eat none of their meats. I don't eat halal. I don't eat any of that.
Yeah, Salaki also when when the Anawan get free, uh, I wanted to see if this is a stronghold to Muslims. So Anawan y'all all when you finish handling the business. The surah I want to ask about is Surah 4, 157 through 58. The understand the Muslims have that Christ neither died nor was crucified, but they do believe that he was exalted to the Most High God. And the stronghold I believe I have is they know Christ was a man and all men must die. But to say that he was exalted and never died, which means you don't believe Christ was a man, so was Christ God to them? So when you get a chance, I don't want kind of want a greater understanding on that on that surah.
Well, according to their beliefs, they do believe that Jesus Christ will be coming back. So they believe Jesus Christ is going to come back. That's what they do believe.
Yeah,
Like, and I believe when you read on down to like 159 and that surah, I believe they said that um the Arabs, they said that they were the ones that killed Christ, and not to believe the report of the Jews. But I'm finna pull it up since I'm in the store right now.
Yeah, peace to the room. Thanks for allowing me up, Captain Katasa. Shalom to the panel. Peace and blessings to everyone.
Hey,
At
Shabbat.
at one time when I did practice Islam, they have like these tenets, like the pillars of Islam. One of them being that, well, excuse me, I'm dealing with the Articles of Faith. And one of the Articles of Faith tells us to believe in all of the books and all of the prophets. And even in the Quran, it speaks about Christ. And once I started to get out of Islam, I would always see the constant bickering between Muslims, the practitioners of your faith, the Christians, etc. And they always seem like they go against the Christians' hard body, but yet, like the sister said, they do believe in the second coming of Christ. And if any of them tell you different, like I would basically, hold them accountable for that because it speaks about that. And in the Quran, it speaks about his so-called death or ascension. It doesn't say that he was crucified, but it basically says the people were made to be appeared that it was him, but it wasn't, and he escaped. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case is, and that he was risen up. But I don't know. The more that I listen to you brothers, and especially seeing the condition of our people, I know that men have had their hands in the translations and the explanations to the best of their human abilities of God's word or the Most High's word. I feel that we are the chosen people, far as melanated people, and I'm not necessarily saying I subscribe to the 12 tribe chart, but I do know that there's a difference between the people on the planet and how some people are made to suffer more than others, and the people that I see suffering the most are us. And so I do bear witness to the book, kind of prophesizing that, and also our victory. So I would just like to just say thank you to y'all just keeping up the good work with the boots on the ground and not being about all talk, but actually putting in the walk. Especially the Captain Kazar, um, Captain Tazariak, Priest Daniel Allah. You know, you are very intelligent. I love Zion Lex. I love Divine Prospect. I love you brothers, and so it has to be some truth to the validity of what you speak and live because you have so many people aiming at you. So I just want to give y'all kudos and say that, I love and respect what y'all doing. Please continue to enlighten me, and thank you very much.
Hey,
All
most
praises,
high in
brother.
Christ. You know what I mean? The water
Con.
for your words. Mr. Show Me in the Bible. You have something you want to say?
Shalom, shalom, family. I was going to touch on a point, but somebody had already hit on. It. But all praise to the Most High. Shalom to the room.
Shalom. Out.
Shalom.
And honestly, not for nothing. When I grew up in like a Christian home. So I came into Islam because people used to ask me my name. My name is Dabar Sharif. And they were like, "You're a Muslim?" Like, I really never knew like about a Muslim or nothing like that when I was like 5 or 6 or nothing like that. My dad wasn't around or nothing like that, to kind of inform me on things. And so I eventually in my teenage years I got into Islam. The being a coming into the faith of being an Israelite and learning that facet, I've never explored, and they say sometimes you go through stages and phases to get to where you have to be. And that's the only phase that I haven't gone to. And me being a person that I am, like I'm a person about like camaraderie, discipline, and things of that nature. And it's like you offer everything that like I thirst for that Islam doesn't, because Islam is more of a, it's like to me it's more like a setup like for a hierarchy. You know what I mean? Like, and granted, there should always be some form of structure. There's a chain of command, but there's so much that they do within that set religion that truly is misogynistic, unlike claims that people make against the being a Israelite, the Hebrew faith, whatever have you. But you guys speak with more truth, and you have boots on the ground, like, and it's always the top dog that's getting attacked. And if you guys want to speak in the truth, I don't see why people would be attacking y'all so much. You know what I mean?
Yo, it's funny you said that because I don't even see the Muslims in the street selling bean pies no more. You know what I mean? Like they have completely abandoned they post, and that's because Islam is a dying religion in our community anyway. And any of the people who transferred over to Sunni or Shiite, it was only because Elijah Muhammad failed them, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's because their fathers or they themselves were serving a man who was a hypocrite and wounded their faith. And they didn't want to go back to Christianity. You understand? So they tried to move into Orthodox Islam. And
Mm-hmm.
that's how it came down. They passed it to their sons and daughters. You know what I'm saying? And really, they don't halfway believe it. And if you go into that, you're a second class citizen to the Arabs if you're a black or Hispanic joining Islam. And I'm gonna tell you something, right? I don't I don't fault any black or Hispanic who joined the NOI FOI because they wanted an alternative to the white supremacy they saw inside Christianity. I don't fault anybody who wants to who wants to turn around and find a certain sense of blackness or identity inside of their faith and how they serve God. I'll never fault you for that. But I will fault you when it's 40, 50, 60 years later and we still talking about what Malcolm X did, when if Malcolm X was alive right now, you wouldn't follow him. Like instead of just holding on to people who failed our community, we could look at the good works that they did great, but we have to look at where they went wrong at so that this way we can do right now. And the number one thing where they went wrong is serving the wrong God. You understand? And applying the wrong identity to them. And if it's in the Bible and we found it, then let's do it properly. You know what I'm saying? Let's see where these cats went left at. You know what I'm saying? And let's go right. That's it.
I I do have to say something about that. With Malcolm X, right? I've done my research on it, but what have y'all heard about when Malcolm X went to Mecca and when he came back? I heard he denounced his Muslim faith when he went to Mecca,
Okay.
and then when he came back to the United States.
Okay. He denied the original teachings that he learned from Elijah Muhammad, meaning he said that he saw blonde hair and blue-eyed Muslims, you know what I'm saying? Like basically, you know what I'm saying, like worshiping the creator with him. He was basically saying like, you know, color and race didn't matter over there, that we were all one in Allah. So it's like he went deeper into a more orthodox state of Islam. You know what I'm saying? Rather than maintaining the whole our oppressors, the devil, so on and so forth, he compromised because those leaders that he had were not leaders, and they broke his faith, and they broke that man. You understand? Like that's what transpired, and we have to acknowledge that. You know what I'm saying? Like
Con,
we have to acknowledge that he was wrong from the beginning with Islam, and
Mm-hmm.
not just yield to him. You know what I'm saying? Because he was popular, because he had some fame, some clout. You understand? Like we have to look at where we went wrong. Listen, I'm all for somebody who's for us. We all know who the devil is. Yes, they were right about that. But Allah is not our God. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? The Quran is not our holy text. We are not the lost children of Shabazz. We are the lost children of Israel.
Con.
That's it.
I think that
Uh,
with Khalid Muhammad, he was probably the closest to actually going deeper into the studies of the scriptures. I seen a few interviews when he was just pulling out scriptures, like you know how I used to rhyme with stuff and everything like that. And I also seen the interview with him saying that he was an Israelite, and my brothers and sisters are all Israelites. And I do know that NOI. I think in the early '90s, my mentor had told me that Farrakhan was sending NOI members into One West to learn the scripture.
Now that what you just said, just so you know, here's what happened, right? Khalid Muhammad battled One West ISUPK with Tazadakia and one time, and the other time I believe it was Arya, right? And this is on tape where he turned around and said, "Y'all got the truth. Y'all just ignorant with it." And then he started attending classes, and then after that, he started teaching what he learned at One West. Go and look at his what he did at Keene University. That's what had the fallout with him and Farrakhan,
Con.
where inside there he spoke against the fake Jew,
mm-hmm.
and after he spoke against the fake Jew, he also, because originally he denied the Bible. Once he learned that, he started saying that we are walking on the pages and chapters of prophecy from Genesis to Revelation. That is the pathway to our revolution. You know what I'm saying? And then he started speaking against the fake Jew. Farrakhan ordered him to apologize. He refused, and then that's when he broke off and into the whole new Black Panther Party and everything like that. But he was inside One West learning with us, coming home to the truth prior to that.
Con.
I actually, Salakia, I actually have a video of Malcolm X actually saying that America, that Salakia, I had a phone call, but I have a video of him, of Malcolm X saying that America was going to fall just as Egypt has fallen, just like how Rome has fallen, and it's on TikTok. But I have it like in my phone, so I have to look at the video that I liked, basically. And I'm gonna bring that up and I'm gonna send it to one of y'all mods so that y'all can post it. But I really do believe that that he knew that he was an Israelite.
Con. Like he even said it was a speech that he had,
MLK
and in
knew
the
he
speech.
was one Slovakia. MLK knew he was an Israelite too. He was starting to wake up towards the end, and they killed him. Uh,
Con.
his last speech, he said, "I've been to the mountaintop." Right. This is after he visited Jordan, and this is prior to the 6 Day War, where Israel got the land of Arad, which is the actual site of Jerusalem. Right, Mount Zion. All right, City of David, Jerusalem is not where they say it. That's further north. All right, that damn fortress, that them damn broad cup wearing niggas, hump and prostrate in front of. That's not the Temple Mount, right? The temple's in Tel Arad, right? And that was controlled by the country of Jordan. And when he went over there, prior to him giving that speech, the Jordanian officials had offered him that land. It offered him Jerusalem essentially for Black Americans to come and inhabit, right? But shortly thereafter, they went to war in the Six Day War with Israel, the state of Israel, and they gained control over it. So Malcolm X was actually Malcolm X was actually reverting from what he was teaching, and MLK was actually coming closer to the knowledge and saying, "Listen, man, I've been trying to integrate my people into a burning house," and that's when they killed him. Especially when he said, "I've been to the mountaintop and we're God's people," blah, 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 blah. Like, look at the words of that speech, and you'll see that that's why they killed him, man.
Hey,
Con,
man,
Ma-
con,
let me.
Malcolm
Hey,
X
sister, I'm
mother.
gonna give you the floor one second, right? Let me just tell you something before we get to the whole Malcolm X thing, right? Abba Bivens, Aria, Commander General Yohana, Captain Zaryak, Priest Don Allah, any brother who stands up for, you understand what it is that we doing from One West moving forward, y'all are better than Malcolm X. Y'all are better than MLK, better than, you understand, all these fake pastors that dropped the ball. You get
con,
what I'm saying? Because here's the thing. All they did was create a stumbling block for us. All they
con,
did was create a stumbling block for One West and the real work of the Lord. You understand? By preaching half truths and this deceptive lie so that this way it could snare more of our people. You understand? So it's like damn that. You know what I'm saying? Like these men that blazed the trail, you know what I'm saying, that we walking down right now who wouldn't compromise and stayed with our identity, not hiding among the trees of the garden. You understand? These are the men who should be recognized, man. Malcolm X failed, straight up and down.
well, technically,
Mal-
he's still living, so he ain't failed yet. You know what I'm
well,
saying? He might
Malcolm
be one of
X.
us.
Malcolm X. Number one, I think that the Nation of Islam was put on American soil to misdirect us from our true and living God. So that's why I think the whole thing was set up and why it was pushed over here. Um, Malcolm X's mother is a Grenadian. She's from Africa, and his father was a Garveyite. So he grew up with Pan Africanism as his thing anyway. And in Grenada over in there, that's near like Morocco and stuff. They're like Muslims over there anyway. So when he went over to Mecca and he came back and he said, I saw blind hair, blue eyed people praying with me. He had teamed up with a president. I believe, I don't know whether it was a Kenyan president or one of them African presidents, and they were about to go to the UN. They both were going to the United Nations to fight for liberation for people in Africa and in America. So what Malcolm X was going to turn to start doing, if he would have been alive, he would have been a Africanist. He was going to have us going back to Africa under the guise of Islam and this and that. But he was really going back to his roots because his father was a Garveyite. So he was actually perpetuating like he was for us, but really Pan-Africanism has been his roots all along.
Well, actually, sister, I know personally Malcolm X bodyguard. He's brother Calvin. He congregates with the House of Israel HOI. And to be honest, Malcolm X was actually listening to brothers kick it from One West, and eventually he would have turned to being an Israelite. That's
That's
what they were really
true.
afraid of.
That's true. He made a speech and he was comparing all of the other nations to dogs, just as we do on the corners. He was basically, it was kind of clever. He said a French poodle. He's like a German Shepherd, but they all dogs.
Con. And Shower Park, I just sent you that video if you want to post that link at the top.
Well, then why was he teaming up with that African? Do you guys know that African leader's name again? I can Google it and find it out. And they were teaming up together to go to the United Nations. And like you guys said, he got into a
Right.
more orthodox Islam. So how was he coming toward the Israelites if that's what he was doing?
Because he was
Yeah,
still misguided, sis. Like he never had the opportunity to come, you know what I'm saying, all the way home. You know what I mean? And he was trying to utilize his political power in order to do the best of his abilities that he could. So once again, I'm not gonna fault him, but we have to just admit he failed, and that religion is not for us.
That is true. But just like the brother said, he definitely was going on the lines of being an Israelite. You know, a lot of the same speeches you see him speak, you speak on these points.
Slakia. I don't want to get off topic, but I'm on topic, man. I was listening to that other room. I try to speak, they cut me off. But I'm noticing something about these rooms, man, and everybody's coming together against us, as you can see. Christians, Muslims, everybody's coming against us. What they're doing in these rooms, man, these are fed rooms. These are straight up fed rooms. They're trying to trip us up on wordplay and get a soundbite where you agree to be a quote unquote terrorist, an Israelite terrorist, because that's what they're trying to line us up with. That's why they don't. If you try to give an explanation to burning Bibles and burning altars, because they're trying to compare it to burning their mosques and their Christian churches. If you're not seasoned, if you're not a seasoned brother, if you're not a seasoned sister, don't get up on them platforms because you're gonna choke up on your words, man. They're gonna hem you up because they're trying to build cases against brothers. There's a lot of what they really trying to get is a RICO case, and this is the perfect place to get niggas in a RICO case because we got all these different camps, and they know there's division amongst us, but on here we transforming like Voltron. So just keep that in mind, Israel. If you're not a seasoned brother or seasoned sister, try to stay out of those stages on those rooms. You could go in and listen, but if you're not prepared to rebuttal something with season, just understand that they're trying to catch a soundbite to build up cases. Now we ain't afraid. You know what I'm saying? Well, I know certain brothers and sisters ain't afraid. It's part of prophecy and it comes with this territory. But I'm just giving a warning to the brothers and sisters that's not seasoned enough to deal with these. They invite you to a dialogue and then they cut you off when they don't like what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? But they catching them sound bites. So
Con.
just keep that in mind. They try to use that against us when we got locked up in front of the Brooklyn Tabernacle. When I told them judgment is coming, you seen what happened. It was a church in Boston, I believe, at that time. No, it was a synagogue in Boston. I said, you seen what happened to the synagogue? So they try to use that and say that I said I was going to come up and shoot up the Brooklyn Tabernacle because I said judgment was coming. They used this again. They kept replaying it and replaying it in the courtroom for over a year. So just keep that in mind, Israel. They trying to catch us out with the wordplay. So if you're a seasoned brother, stop. If you're not seasoned, don't raise your hand. And I
Con. And
got that.
Salakia,
No,
sisters
I wanted to
shouldn't
say
be
something real quick
talking.
about that.
Oh,
Hey,
Salakia,
Ariel.
priest.
Hey, Ariel.
Yes, sisters shouldn't be on those rooms talking and debating with these damn Muslims in the first place. That's not your job. All right, that's not your job at all. Let the brothers handle it.
What I wanted to say is Chief is in the spirit when he said what he said because I stayed in the room after Corey left, and what Chief said is 100% on point. When I say that they twisted his words, he read which
You're
speaks
breaking up.
about tearing down the. All right. Okay.
Yeah, you were in the Matrix. I'm gonna wait for you to come back. But Chief, let me tell you something else. It's why you have to. Everybody has to understand our culture. Not everybody is meant to speak or be in every single room. You understand? I know y'all see the YouTube videos and you think, hey, anybody could do this. Not everybody's fit for leadership. You're not fit to run an organization. You understand? Like you might not be fit for the dialogue. You should take notes and learn because what he's saying is right and exact. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the best examples I could think of too, man, Commander Janihana was sitting there talking to a reporter at the court case in Philly. And he turned around and said, do you hate God? and he said, no, it's like he said, do you hate white people? He said, God hates white people. He's like, but how do you feel about them? He said, we're talking about what God loves and what God hates, because they can't argue with the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to have something substantive and be seasoned when you're addressing it. And that only comes from, like he's phrased, seasoned men with experience. You understand? Not somebody who just watches on YouTube, copies down some precepts, you understand, and thinks they are elder because they got 5,000 hours of YouTube under their belt. That ain't how this thing works. You need a voice in Israel, and you earn a voice in Israel. And if you ain't earned one, yo, shut your mouth. That's all culture.
So, Salaki, this is me again. I'm just on my other profile. I don't know what's going on with my other phone, but I want to say that what Chief from said was in the spirit. That was very spiritual what he said, and what Katazai said as well. Because here's the thing: I stayed in the room after Corey was moved off stage, and they 100% took his words and twisted it. He read Deuteronomy chapter 12 verses 2 through 4, where the Most High speaks about tearing down their idols and their places of worship where they worship idols. That's what he read. That's what the text says. They, after Corey was kicked off the stage, said that this is what they said. They added salt and seasoning to what he said and said that Corey was saying it's okay to go in to their mosques and tear down their gods, right? And kill people and rape their women. So they started gaslighting. None of that was said. The text doesn't say that, and Corey didn't say that. But that's what was said. And what that does is it plays to people's emotions, which goes back to the sister that was speaking earlier, who's still up here, where she said that she kind of was in her feelings or her emotions a little bit, listening to certain things, because they know exactly what they're doing, that they're playing to your emotions and lying to you so that they can build a case. So what Chief Ephraim said is 100% in the spirit. That's what they did that to Corey. They did that to Mal, saying things that he didn't say, and they did that to Joel as well. They weren't even allowed, and also they did that to the brother King Ben too. Let me say that too. I stayed there till he got kicked off the stage. That's when I came over here. So what both of those brothers just said to y'all is 100% on point. Even me myself, I don't raise my hand. A lot of times when y'all see me on stage, it's because people send me an invite. I don't raise my hand most of the time. For that very reason, especially in other rooms, because they are trying to catch brothers out there in their speech and push a certain narrative on this community so that they can build cases against certain brothers. So I do agree with brothers that you have to be experienced to speak, and you don't necessarily need to speak in every room. You don't necessarily need to take the stage in every room that you're invited to go on the stage, stuff like that. Sometimes people send me an invite, I leave the room. I don't even go on the stage. Like, you send me an invite, I just come and sit down and listen. You send me an invite, I leave. You see what I'm saying? Because every conversation is not worth having, and everybody doesn't need to have every conversation. This thing does require a certain level of experience, and I'm going to add a second word to it. It requires a certain level of discernment. I was feeling in my spirit that they was trying to trap brothers, and they were, because they were actually calling brothers. They called Corey a terrorist. That's what they said for reading Deuteronomy 12 verse 2. They said that Corey is a terrorist because he's promoting killing people and raping women. That is not in Deuteronomy 12 and 2. There's no mention of raping women and none of that stuff, but that's what they said, because they want to build that type of sentiment towards us to be able to move against us, which is so. What brother said is on point. I hope everybody in the audience is heeding to that. Everybody didn't need to jump on the stage and argue with them or nothing. And also, the last thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna fall back to, a lot of these rooms would not do the numbers that they do if everybody didn't run in there. Them guys probably never had 400 people in their room like they almost had in there before.
Never.
You know what I'm saying? We bring those numbers in there. I'm not even gonna say we because I wasn't on stage, but the brothers that was on stage bring those numbers in there. We have to really recognize and value the power and the influence that we have on this app, and how we make a lot of people outside of the rooms that we have. We make a lot of people relevant who otherwise would not be. And we have to use that power very, very, very wisely, and not just jump in these rooms and make these guys relevant and allow them to do the things they do. And that's just my 2 cents. Like, I didn't really say nothing the whole time I've been on the stage, but I was in that room the whole time, and it was kind of crazy, man.
Salakia.
Yala, we give me 1 second, Ariel. We talked about that. I'm passing right back to you, brother. You know what I'm saying? We talked about that, like with everybody who got a disdain for vocab Malone. You understand? It's our fault. We breathe that life into him. You understand? Every time somebody wanted to just keep entertaining him, we put that battery in his back. You got to pick and choose what you breathe life into. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's an issue. You know what I'm saying? That we like, you can't just. There's a time and a place to debate, and there's a time and a place to just decline it, because then now they got the clout. Like, I remember we did a battle with the Moors. Wasn't nobody talking about the Moors. Then for 3 weeks after that, everybody was talking about the Moors, and then of course they died down again. But if something is on its death rattle, just let it die. You know what I'm saying? What were you gonna say, Hebrew Salakia?
Con, that's definitely valid because Vocab Malone, listen, that nigga is a low level nobody, right? But it's quite ironic and quite hypocritical, and that's the overarching theme between Christians and fucking Muslims. And I had to say that because I've been listening to this different rooms and whatnot, and I was on the plantation, right, and I'm heated, right? These devils kept calling Mahalab 5,000 different names, Mal Galab, and this and that and the third, and blah, 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 blah. It was wild disrespectful, and I was getting sick of it. So, listen, I hate Muslims, all right? I hate them with a passion. Of course, not our people, but, by and large, Muslims, I don't like, man. And these people are goddamn hypocrites. Let's read their book. They want to say that Corey's a terrorist because he read Deuteronomy 12 and 13, right? Let's read their book, right? And let's see if that's terrorism. The Quran literally tells you to make treaties with people. Then after they hold at their end of the bargain, now you kill them and wait in every, just lying wait and utilize every stratagem of war against them. That's what the Quran says. It literally tells you to murder people. That's the Quran. That's Islam, and that's supposed to be the word of God. They're hypocrites. Okay, they're absolute hypocrites. All right, the Most High God is not dealing with them. All right, the so-called Prophet Muhammad is not a prophet. Okay, he never got spoken to by the angel Gabriel. Okay, he's not a prophet. He's going into slavery. All right, and the Quran is not the word of God. All right, the Quran is goddamn toilet paper at best. All right, no, the Quran is tissue paper that you have in your sneakers. That's what it is. Okay, it sits there because toilet paper can only be used once. You need to use the damn Quran to just stuff your sneakers and your shoes so they keep their form. That's it. That's all the Quran is good for. All
Hey,
right.
yo, Ariella, I want you to go in the room and say that.
Nah, bro. Listen, I'll be off this app in 5.3 seconds, bro. They will clip me.
The
All right.
FBI gonna knock at your door in about 2.5 seconds.
But bro, so, hold on. So I just want to read the Quran, and I want to know if this is if I'm engaging in terrorism or whatever they you know accuse us of. I want to read the.
Salakia,
Hello?
Salakia.
Go ahead.
I'm in the Matrix.
Now you good, King. Go
Yeah, you
ahead.
good. Go ahead.
One statement that was made in there was that you blacks cannot trace your families back beyond 5 to 6 grandfathers. Yet you have the nerve to say that you're an Israelite. You people have no lineage, and the white man gave you everything you have. Deal with it. That was the sentiment in that room.
Yep.
And there were black. When I tried to make that point, they called me a liar and said he never said that. Then I quoted it verbatim. Then another Muslim, one of them niggas had a name named Camel. Another Muslim came out and said, "No, you're misrepresenting what he said. There is no other way to represent that. These people are racist as hell." When he said there's no difference between anyone except for piety, that takes us back to those racist confirmations that we have every time we have a room with these people. And even back to their prophet, the author of the Quran, who makes that racist confirmation in the Hadith, stating that the most pious of you, you should adhere to his words, even if he is a black slave with a head like a raisin. That's a racist statement.
And it shows you that they look down on you and they think that you are the lowest common denominator of all people. Yet they called you an animal for stepping on a book that they probably would reject. If we opened that specific Quran and made a point out of it, they would say that's not the original language. See, these people are jokes, man. And you guys are right that we shine light and bring validity to them. And Adawan is correct. Them some damn feds, because those are the people that get your accounts banned, and those are the people that are definitely gonna go to Southern Poverty Law Center on you, because what they're doing is the replacement theology of we have the stigma of being a terrorist. We can't wait to pass that to somebody else, and we'd be happy to pass it to you black people.
That's
Yep.
exactly what they were doing, bro.
They,
That's
they would
exactly what
love
they were doing. Yep.
they would love to do that. They would love to do that, but the fact remains, the link at the top of this room tells you that Muslims burn and destroy churches. They sacked Constantinople, the Christian epicenter of the world in that day, and burned thousands of Bibles. This is why you have a Byzantine and an Alexandrian tradition, because when the Muslims came and began to burn the Bibles and burn the churches that was set up, even the Israelite churches, we had to hand copy the Bible because they were destroying our records, and we had to do it in a rushed and secretive fashion.
Hey, y'all all. Can I say something real
Yes,
quick?
sir. Kind of
Yeah,
one.
I just want to land back on what you just said because it's very important that anybody that wasn't in the room that didn't observe this, I just want to make a very, very important distinction. And I want you to speak to it. When y'all were all went on the stage, this is a brother that's very knowledgeable in the whole history of Islam, in the Hadiths, in the Quran, so forth and so on. The brother has a background before he came into the truth of understanding these things. When y'all were always bringing up poignant points, the only argument that they could make against Yahweh all was he didn't pronounce it the name right in Arabic. They couldn't refute the points.
God.
They could only say, "Oh, your Arabic is terrible." You see what I'm saying? They're not here to have an intellectual conversation. If they had a rebuttal, they would have rebutted. Okay, you know what, brother? You said that wrong, but let's move on. Let me address what you said. No, they all unmiked and was harping, "Oh, your Arabic is terrible, and you don't know how to pronounce words in Arabic and all this other BS," because it was to deflect from the fact that they were not there to have a real conversation. They were there to gaslight and play to people's emotions. So, lucky y'all all. Go ahead.
The water out of one. So the point that I have brought forward is about Mahmud II, who led the siege on Constantinople and ordained that all the Bibles be burned. But here's an arrow for all of y'all. They burned their own Qurans. Uthman, the Caliphate in 300 AD, made a decree to burn and destroy every Quran that he did not authorize. It's called controlled transmission. Every Quran that you have right now is authorized by Uthman, the same way we have an authorized King James version, except King James did not order every previous Bible to be destroyed. So they don't even have an original Quran, and that's why they have to do the argument that we can recite it and we have chains of narration. But that requires you to push your trust in man, and our God told us to listen to the commandments and write it down and place it in a book. So these dudes are hypocrites because they burn their own text. If I wanted to get into that. I'm a caliphate of my people, and I order that we burn all books that are not the 1611 King James Bible. And I wanted to see if they would call me a bad person because their caliphate did that. Right? When you get into their history, these dudes are they're chasing. They say you have no lineage. They say you have no heritage. These people are chasing a religious system. They didn't have laws, statutes, and commandments. So they see the Bible and they go, we're gonna adopt that and apply ourselves to that because we also of Abraham's family. But they didn't have nothing to do with recording those records, and they didn't have nothing to do with preserving those records. They hypocrites. On top of that, they burned their own book tradition, so we will never know what the original Quran said because Uthman had them all destroyed by decree. They'll never answer that and admit to that
or speak to that. And then lastly, due to textual criticism on the Bible is old, the Bible is old. Their textual criticism is new because their book is new. They haven't had enough time to be criticized like the Bible has. So all their criticism against the Bible, and guess what happens? 2015, we find a new Quranic manuscript that doesn't read the same as the ones they have today. Do you think they're going to admit that and talk about that in a room?
No.
This, this is the people that you're arguing against, and that's why they can't let you finish a sentence. One point that was just made right now between me and the elders. One point. How could they refute it if their arguments are criticizing those type of things? They would be found hypocrites, and the Bible says that a hypocrite shall not stand before the Lord. Are you?
No, yeah, well, can I ask you a question? Prior to
Yeah,
the so-called the Quran, right? Where's the records of Ishmael? Are there any records of or lineage or handing down of history of Ishmael?
no, they had no. They was heavy, and their Quran will tell you they was heavy into idol worship, and the Quran even says the author of, I don't want to say his name. Y'all not gonna flag me in the audience. The author of the Quran, right? He made idols with his fathers. You read that, so I know you seen that ayah, Ariala. I know you have. So they made idols, Alat, Minat, and Uzat, and was worshiping them, right? They had a god for every day of the year. They had 365 gods at that time. The calendar had 365 days because Islam is a new religion. The,
Hmm.
the, the crazy thing is this, though. The crazy thing is this. The author of the Quran never read a Bible, and it's obvious because they think the Trinity is God, Jesus, and Mary.
Wow.
So they've only heard of biblical concepts because Ishmael has heard. He hasn't read. He has heard,
Yeah.
right? So they think the Trinity is God, Jesus, and Mary. When you go into their book and it says never say three, only say one. For the losers say that there are three: God, Esau, and Miriam, his mother. When what Catholic ever said that? So so they it's obvious that the author of the Quran has only heard of Christian tradition
Hmm.
and built his doctrine around that. That's why they say Christ was never crucified, because they never read. They believe in Isaiah, but they never read Isaiah to know that Christ has to die. So they believe in Moses and claim him, but they never read that Moses by decree said destroy their idols, pull down their altars,
Hmm.
and burn their precious things. So they don't know any of that. They in For everybody in the room, anybody that want to challenge, you will be allowed to speak. The moderators here are fair, and if you can refute what I'm saying, I'll apologize. I listen. If you can refute what I'm saying, I'll apologize. But your Quranic author never read a Bible in his life, and and on no page of the Quran does it say that the Bible is corrupt. Not one ayah says that the Bible is corrupt. But you say it. How come you teach something that's not in your book? Your book does not even teach that in the future it will be corrupt. Your book actually teaches that the Bible is the tiebreaker when you come across a doctrine and you're not sure if it's correct. Refer to the Bible as the foundation to let you know. Now, where's the Bible that y'all was referring to? You didn't preserve that. You didn't keep that. So y'all don't want to deal with nobody that really know how to talk to y'all, man. And y'all get emotional, and like the title of the room, you can't have a conversation. I've been waiting to get on you, doggy.
We know y'all were all. We know you be ready for them dudes. Like that's
Listen,
current,
all
bro.
praises, right? Okay, so we have Muhammad, right? What records? So he he is a descendant of Ishmael. Yet we have no records of Ishmael, right? But yet we're some animals that can't track our lineage for you know past 5 6 generations. Can can they show me the lineage of
of Ishmael? Can they show me the lineage of Muhammad outside of the Bible? Like where is it? Like that's what I want to know. Where is it? Where's the records of Noah? Right? Where's the records of the idea of even Abraham? How do they? How does an Arab know that he descends from Abraham outside
Because
of the Bible?
Great
uh, because the Quran says he does. So we don't need proof. We have complete faith in everything the Quran says.
Man,
Right. Here's the hypocrisy. Not to kind of go back to, but just to here's the hypocrisy. The Quran that they crying about that brothers was stepping on has the English translation inside of it, which they think is corrupt any damn way, right? Am I wrong?
Exactly.
There's English in there. I'm sure that wasn't just a purely Arabic Quran. I'm pretty sure there's an English translation in it that they don't accept, so it's not fully the Quran. So, brother stepped on it. So the hell what? You don't accept the English no damn way.
Hey,
What about when we brought up? What about when we brought up how Islam was castrating us, cutting off our hands and feet? How they were African Muslims with fezzes on, shaking hands with white men in pictures, holding slaves by chains around their neck. How come that's not animalistic, but slapping your paperback book is animalistic? Why is it thus? Why is it thus? How come it's not animalistic that y'all stomped Abba Bivens to death, but we're animalistic for stepping on a book? How come that? Why is that like that? How come it's not animalistic that your imam says the greatest achievement of the black man is that he lifted his hands off the ground and walked on 2 feet? How come it's not? How come it's not animalistic for him to say that? And he's an imam, and he's a famous Muslim. Ariella, remember we told him there's a famous Muslim scholar, and they said that dude is not a scholar, and we had to prove them that their
bro.
own scholar is a scholar.
Yeah, bro. We did, and that's the thing, man. Because like, just like Christians, Muslims do not know the Quran. Just because you can recite something, all right, I can recite goddamn chapter 3 of Harry Potter and the Prison of Azkaban all I want. That don't mean shit. What does that mean? Like, what authority does the damn book of Harry Potter, Prisoner of Azkaban, have over anything? Right? It don't mean nothing. But again, these people do, just because you can recite it, again, doesn't mean you know it. Right? Doesn't mean you studied it. Doesn't mean you have full grasp of it. Muslims do not know the Quran the same way Christians do not know the Bible. They don't. We know their book
Ariella.
better than them.
Yeah, that's
hey,
true.
hey,
Yes,
hold on one second, brother. Don't interrupt Ariella.
And
Con,
and
con.
and Ken, if you're gonna talk, you're gonna introduce yourself first and tell us your background and what your perspective is. Like you're not just gonna jump in.
Yeah, don't don't
Let
don't
y'all land.
don't, don't interrupt that, brother.
Yeah, let them land, and then if you got something to say, you introduce yourself and tell us what your perspective is, and then we can talk.
And just so you know, I'm gonna go after him, Ken. Then we'll give you the floor.
Con. So yeah, again, damn Muslims don't know the damn Bible. I mean, the damn Quran. They don't know the Bible. All right, that's why they can tell you, oh, that Christ never died, not knowing that Isaiah said that he must die, right? But yet go to Isaiah 42 and try to say that, oh, you see, here's
That
Muhammad.
makes no sense. That makes no sense, Ariella. How can they do that? How can they tell you to believe in Isaiah, but then they later tell you don't
Not to,
believe in the same book? It's all fiction.
bro. It's mad, bro, and it's exactly what Egyptologists do. Egyptologists will use the Bible to try to date Egypt, right? And then tell you that, oh, the Bible's false because it doesn't line up with the timeline. Like
How can you do that?
that's like me using the damn I-76 to get to a place that doesn't go to that place doesn't exist, right? Like that's like me saying, "Oh yeah, let me use this ladder to get to the third floor," but then kick the ladder down, all right? And now I have no way of getting down. It don't make sense, right? So they'll tell you that the Bible is fake, it's been changed, but yet here's our prophet in it, right? They don't know the Quran. And Christians don't know the Bible. They don't know the Bible, right? We know the Quran and we know the Bible better than anyone on the planet. And they'll move the goalposts, right? These guys should be professional. They need to be hired by the NFL, all right, and by the MSL, all right, the Major League Soccer League, all right, because all they can do is move goalposts from place to place. This is what they do.
Yo, so here's the
They're
favor.
groundskeepers.
Here,
Call them
here's the
niggas groundskeepers.
here's the favor I need from y'all though. Somebody get me the copy that would offend them, so I could step on that one. You know what I'm saying? So get me the
God.
right translation. You know what I'm saying? Like if the English ain't good enough, find me the one written in Sanskrit.
Yeah, but I don't want. There are different translations in the sense in their Sanskrit. You got the Musfik, that reads one way, right? You have the TSS, I believe, that reads another way, and then they'll tell you, well, they read a different way, but there's 7 different dialects that are acceptable. But our Bible is not allowed to read different ways, Adawan.
Then
Anytime they
then
don't allow it.
then bring me the original. Bring me the one that's in a glass case right now in a museum. Bring me that
They,
one.
they have that. And so why is it thus, Ishmael, any Muslim proponent? Why is it thus? Why is your old manuscripts that are in Istanbul, how come they can't be researched? How come we can't take a magnifying glass and read them? Why? Are you afraid that they won't read the same way? So why is it that no one can contextually criticize your oldest manuscript? You have it under glass and it's so holy, no one can touch it. The Bible is not thus. You can go in Germany, you can go into Russia, where they hold some of the oldest manuscripts in their museums, and they hold. You can go into England, you can go into Rome, and you can get a magnifying glass and some white gloves, and you can read the manuscripts, because it's not a controlled transmission. It's open transmission. That's why the Bible is better than the Quran. Uthman destroyed all your variant texts. So we have to rely and believe that the copies that was made going forward is the exact perfect rendition. Whereas the Bible has thousands of manuscripts that you can openly go and look at. And when we see a variant, we can scrutinize it against thousands of other manuscripts to get to the ancestor document. That you can't do that with a Quran. We have no idea what your Quran said in the first place. You criticize us. Oh, you have old manuscript that say this. Exactly, we have it and can read that. Where's yours? Nobody gonna answer that question, man. Are you?
Go ahead, y'all. All praises.
Brother Ken, what's going on, King? Well,
Salak, I think Cap had Captain Katazar said he wanted to get in first before Ken.
Oh no, that was it, man. It was just find me whatever is going to offend them the most, so that this way I can step on that one in the middle of the street. You know what I'm saying? Like just find me that
And
one,
by the way, yeah, Cap. 1 second, Salaki. We
please.
gonna let
No,
Ken
please,
talk.
no, you
Smoke
got
hookah,
it, Hebrew.
smoke
No,
hookah with your
we
Quran
have to.
page.
We have to talk about this. We have to talk about this because I don't know if you brothers were in the room for this, right? These dude, y'all all tell them they was so in their feelings. They challenged brothers to a MMA fight, right?
they
Y'all all.
did. They
They
did.
said
They
they
did.
Yes, they
they said
did.
they want to send they 3 best Muslim fighters that study MMA. They fight in the Gracie Gym in New York, and we said our 3 best men, and we fight because they was getting cut so bad.
Bruh.
All
That's
praise to the
pathetic.
Most High.
That's pathetic. If I send you the best heavyweight boxer, it's our people. If I send you the best middleweight boxer, it's our people. If I send the best cruiserweight boxer, it's our people. If I send the best lightweight boxer, it's our people. Now what? If I send the best basketball players, our people. I send the best football players, our people. I, I send the best soccer players, our people. What are we doing here? I send the
Well,
best baseball players, our people.
we're the best at everything. Even
What
wickedness.
you going Ishmael, what are you gonna be? Ishmael, what are you third place at?
And let me say this about listen, I respect the brothers that do the MMA, the endurance, their fighting, their skill, stuff like that. But people have to realize street fighting is different than MMA. There are no rules. You could bite, you could scratch, you can do all types of stuff. There's no time limits, there's no anything. So just because you train in the MMA and you can fight 3-minute rounds and you only can hit certain strikes and stuff like that. In the streets, there's a whole bunch of different rules. You run up on somebody that knows how to fight and they really don't have no conscience, it doesn't mean because you studied MMA you're gonna win. These guys are stupid. They're dumb. Salaki, go ahead, y'all.
And that was barbaric to suggest a fist fight. You know what? Let me
We're
let
talking
me
about
tell you.
intellectualism, and
Yeah,
they
and this
Yeah,
idiot,
yeah.
this idiot,
That's
like you don't have mannerism. You don't have
yo.
mannerism.
If I cut you on something, or if you get that emotional that you talking about, first of all, I don't know who wants to schedule an organized fight. You know what I'm saying? Like how I handled it back in the day. It wasn't round one, round two, round three. Let's get in the cage. It was I'm coming to knock on your door and we doing this in your yard. First of all,
Yep.
second of all, you know what I'm saying? How much of a bitch do you have to be? You know what I'm saying? In order to get to that level, you get what I'm saying? Like, and then you're not even talking about you doing it. You trying to send somebody else?
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
What
somebody
kind of
crazy.
coward?
Listen,
I
Jim.
never heard of no coward shit like that. Like,
Jim, he
yo,
said
I
somebody
got my
should beat you,
man's.
Jim.
I'm
That's
gonna
what he
get
gonna
my
do.
man's to beat you up. What?
Right. That's what
I'm
he
gonna.
said.
Hey, you the intellectual and I'm the intellectual, but I don't want to fight you. I'm gonna get a professional to fight you.
Hey,
Give me
Nah,
a
there's
break,
no.
man.
and remember,
Listen, this.
he was calling that fight from England, so he ain't even on the continent.
No, we
Nah,
got
but
we
them
got.
Muslims over there in England, if you watch the speakers corner, they very disrespectful. Very, very disrespectful.
Listen,
They encroach your space. They call you boy. They put their hands on you. Yo, it's only certain brothers over there that got the gumption and a certain approach to humble them dudes. Cause you watch certain scholars over there, they get surrounded by the Muslims, they get timid. And it's some certain, I ain't gonna lie, it's some certain wild Africans that don't play that be telling Ishmael, nigga, I will kill you straight up. And then there's a couple brothers. Them UK Ishmaelites, they hate you as much as the Southern white man hates you. I'm telling you, man.
and if we
Uh,
get into a physical, I'm just speaking for myself. I ain't talking about nobody else. If we get into a physical altercation for the word with these other nations, there are no rules. There ain't no fucking boxing or MMA rules. Listen, I'm gonna fucking bite you. I'm gonna scratch you. I'm gonna grab your fucking. I'm gonna do whatever I got to do to get you the fuck up out of here. That's what we gonna do. Fuck out of here.
I'm a
What we talking about,
I'm a
man? No goddamn
I'm a
rule.
I'm a Detroit self-defense you like that dude with the slick back. I'm gonna do you dirty, son. I'm
Right.
a, I'm a
God.
violate, man. I'm a straight violate, man. Hey, look, the Most High said His hand will be against every man. So I expect them Ishmaelites to react that way. But
And they
it's you black niggas on the stage that embarrass me. Look at how they talk about your people.
kind of a little bit.
Shadid, that bitch ass
And
Shadid, bro.
they'll
I can't stand that nigga, bro.
I forgot about him.
He's a
yeah,
Like,
he a
coon.
whole coon.
I remember because I wasn't in the room that long, but when he started crying for them, I was like, yo, you gotta be the first one to go. Salakia. You know what I'm saying? Like, that
That's
is
right.
crazy.
no Salakia, brother. That Cap. That's exactly what needs to happen. Fuck out of here. Like for listen, man. Yeah, that dude was over there cooning for them. Fuck him. Fuck him.
Uh, yo, it's like yo,
What,
Cap.
what did he say? What did he say? I missed that.
Bro, he was just real rowdy and just like riding for them and talking all type of heavy. Oh, these guys clearly don't know anything. These guys blah 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 blah, and they can't have the conversation. But yet he keeps interrupting while brothers are making points. Like he does this all the time. Um, Let me tell you something about damn Ishmael. Ishmael's a wild man. All right, he's a wild bull, right? But guess what? I know some wild bulls from up here in North Philly, West Philly that'll give Ishmael a run for his goddamn money. All right. I remember I had a damn some damn Ishmaelite was in my DMs on IG because I was talking about how the Quran is toilet paper, right? He's not even a fucking Muslim, right? He's not a Muslim, but yet he got mad and was going to said that, oh, I'll come to Philly right now. I'm from Chicago, blase blase blah. All right, and you won't do nothing to the Quran. I said, listen, I will piss on the Quran in front of your face. I'll burn the Quran in front of your face, and you won't do nothing about it. And he was ready to fight me over it, bro. And he's
Listen,
Hey,
not a Muslim.
yo,
hey,
Ariella,
we burned one.
I know niggas on this app who claim to be Israelites who is like, come see, to doing the same thing the Muslims talking about, like box me. And I'm just like, listen, little nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, you big mad. Just come see me. You know where to find me. You know what I'm saying? You talking about what, you want me to come in a ring with you? Like let's do it like the old days if you really bad it, but you even out the spirit yourself. You know what I'm saying? Acting like a little hoe, bruh. Like,
What
that's
you
crazy
emotional
to
for?
me. You get what I'm saying? That's crazy to me.
Like you mad because some dude stepped on a book? Like Halab said, yo, it's his property. He can do what he wanted. If somebody went in Barnes and Nobles and bought a Bible and punted it across the street, I don't care. Like, nigga, it has nothing to do with me. If you touch my Bible, you might die. But you could do whatever you want to do to your Bible. It's
Joel,
your book.
we watch
Con,
we watch Polite shoot the Bible up, and ain't none of us fucking even get emotional.
did we cry?
No, we didn't.
Come on, man. These dudes are weak, man. And it shows you that Ishmael ain't on no type of level.
Gone and
Like he's corny and he ain't.
gone and just to land me back off what the other one was bringing up, man. Especially with a lot of these UK Israelites, man. I kind of been getting like all praise to the Most High, man. Got like 30 death threats since like yesterday, man. And I honestly wish, I could have been there, to kind of stomp out the Quran, kind of, drop a knee, drop an elbow, set it on fire, man, do my thing, right? But seeing, right, the level of natural hatred, right, the hypocrisies, right, the derogatory slurs, especially coming from Ishmael and from the Quranic teachings, such as, a lot of them call me, raising heads, nigga slaves, and trying to send out so-called hits that they're going to so-called come out and take us out, right? Which is all, cowardness, that you're going to come send a message behind a private uh, account, right? Dang, secret accounts with no profile pictures talking about sending so-called threats. It just goes into the beastly and nasty nature of Ishmael, the hypocrisy, the emotion that they just are just overtaken with because that they have no scholarship, they have no understanding, right, or have any idea of what's going on in their own book as well. So Islam is finished, it's done, and we're gonna keep stomping it out, right, through the spirit, and physically through the spirit and power of Yahbashim Yahushua, man.
That's right. Hey, why are we animalistic for kicking a book in the traffic, but y'all are not animalistic for beating your wives, and it's in your doctrine? Huh? How come we animalistic? How come we animalistic for doing the A-Town stomp on a book that we found in a thrift store, but you not animalistic for marrying and consummating with 9-year-old girls? Huh? Huh?
See the A-Town stomp paired with the thrift store, because I was already laughing at A-Town stomp, but the thrift store though.
That's where you get a Quran at. You get it from a thrift store. The reputable businesses do not carry that fodder. Why are we animalistic for stepping on a book, but you not animalistic for having sex with a 9-year-old girl? Who's gonna answer this?
No one, bro. Listen, bro. I will woo walk. I will goddamn crip walk on the damn Quran. All
The sexy walk, man. The hell with these guys, man.
right.
Especially listen, and especially with these Arabs. With my people, I have a little more compassion and try to talk to them about their Quran. But with these other nations, yeah, we just gonna throw this shit in the garbage, step on it, whatever we gotta
Word
do.
up.
Other nations, my people, I have a little more compassion. I ain't gonna lie. But these other nations, fuck you, or walk on that shit.
Now, now y'all got Priest Daniela mad.
Yeah,
See?
Salakia. Let me say
See?
Salakia.
Hey, yo, I propose a new camp custom on the Sabbath. Everybody should have a Quran in their possession. And before the camp begins, brothers wipe the dust off their feet before they begin to speak on the Quran and then kick doctrine. Man, the hell with your book, man.
Can we can
Yo,
we can we burn them? Can we just start off every camp by burning Qurans? Listen, I will
hey,
buy as many
Hey man, let me
copies.
tell y'all something, man.
I mean, that's lawful.
I'm gonna post a
Deuteronomy
video.
12:3, that's lawful.
Listen, let me tell you something, man. These listen, that's why the Most High, in the early days of this stuff, man, the Most High didn't allow some of the stuff. Yo, I got videos, right, on the 4th of July, man, with men burning the American flag, man, and roasting roasted hamburgers over the American flag. I'm talking about the elders. You know what I'm saying? None of this stuff is new. This is what brothers did. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is what they did. What you guys see is nothing new. You know what I'm saying? But you just gotta be ready for the smoke that comes with it. But I'm telling you, that spirit ain't nothing new. Brothers had that same zeal then that brothers are having now. I have no issues with what the brothers did. They was in the spirit. To hell with these dudes, man.
Yo, Danya Allah, one of the funniest stories I heard, General Muhammad, I think I forgot which general he was rolling with back in the day. This had to be like in the 90s, man. They ran into the Chinese store. And you know how like they be having like the little candy dishes in front of Buddha for their God?
Yeah.
He just started eating the candy out the dish, and the Chinese people were going crazy, like that's their tribute for their God. And he just eating the candy, like, oh, this it's delicious. What do you mean? Like, bruh. That shit is
That
funny.
that damn lucky cat they got in the front,
Exactly.
waving the waving go cat. Yeah, yo, you heathens are finished, man. What's wrong with you? When we in power, you're not doing none of this. I'm telling you now. I'm not tolerating no Buddha statues. Yo, you're gonna die. Let me not give them a soundbite.
Hey, we got. Listen, let's go right back to the scripture that Corey pulled. Let me just go ahead and read it again. This is Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 2. This is the scripture that got them in their feelings. They was calling him a fucking terrorist. They was saying he was gonna rape children. None of that is in this verse. But here's what the verse does say. This is Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 2. It says, "Ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their God." So, like Corey said, the God of the Bible said we should destroy the places, right? Upon the high mountains, upon the high hills, upon every green tree. And ye shall overthrow their altars. So we're supposed to overthrow the place. We're supposed to overthrow the altar and break their pillars and burn their groves with fire. And ye shall hew down the graven images of their God and destroy the names of them out of the place. That's what the Bible says. These devils turned around and said that he was talking about raping women. No, that's not what it says. But we absolutely have a mandate according to God's laws, according to the Torah, which their prophet Muhammad said we should believe that we're supposed to destroy idols. That's in the scriptures. They can't get around that.
And Muslims are hypocrites because why was you taking buzz saws and going to Mesopotamia, where Arnisher Paul and all of his idols were, of the winged genies, where the kings are on a bull's body with wings, holding the pine cone? Why was you Muslims going to that place with buzz saws, breaking them idols and sawing through them idols? Because you used Moses to justify why you was able to do that. Y'all some hypocrites, and I'm never gonna stop getting on you, Ishmael. I hope I get a chance to smack your head off like the David's mighty men too, yo. Because you've made yourself my adversary, man. Because you said we can't tell our fathers back beyond 6 generations. Prove that. How do you know that? Like you know every black person. Y'all some racist devils. Mawafla Yasma Allah.
Salakia, fellas, we going about 10 minutes. We gonna close the room down. 10 minutes.
Go on.
Ishmael ain't want no smoke. Not one Ishmaelite.
You breaking up, Joel?
Yeah, y'all all you in the matrix.
Let him
Great
Joel, you
Matrix.
in the matrix, bad, bro.
Y'all all you in the matrix. But I
speak.
will say to you,
We'd have let him build his premise. We'd
y'all all you in the matrix.
But yeah, that was extremely quick to turn around and, you know what I'm saying, talk about get your best three
with
fighters.
all of his point for point for point.
Oh, he could.
Slot.
Oh, you
Yo,
in the
y'all were
you in the
all
matrix,
you took the
y'all.
blue pill.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
like has a long delay. Yeah.
Yeah, you in
Go
the
ahead, Kachi.
Matrix, Adawan.
but I think he was just talking about how them cats wanted to get violent after they got cut in their feelings. You know what I'm saying? Once again, they pussy.
And
Yeah.
listen, speaking of the FBI thing, I stuck around. I kept going back and forth because Chief was up there also getting at him. And he brought out the scripture about bashing their babies. And the one of the dudes was like, see that? See that? They want to kill the babies. And I live in Virginia and my FBI friends are here and this, that, and the third. So just to
That's
let you know.
why. That's why. And listen, this is a teacher moment. That's why the Bible says, "Let God be true, but every man a liar." And so it is very important. This is for the newer people, not so much for the brothers on the stage, but for the newer people. When you make statements like that, make sure you give them book, chapter, and verse out the Bible. Never speak your own words. That's exactly what they want. And that's so important. So I'm glad you said that. And I'm glad Captain Katasa said what he said earlier and all that. Always make sure that you speak God's words when you're talking against these other nations, not your own. Now, we all have our own feelings. We already know if it was up. Listen, I already said to myself, if it was up to me, we'd be in the kingdom already and all. And I just go on and on. But it's not up to me. It's up to the Lord. So make sure that you let God be true. You speak
Hey,
His
speaking
period.
of, y'all see Kingdom's PTR? We got Allah in the room right now.
Hey yo, when it rains at camp, you can skip this motherfucker.
That's another ancient custom brothers used to bring. That's right. That's an old custom from the old school. We brothers used to bring the damn rock and put the word Allah on there, and that used to cause a lot of problems too. Like, listen, man, this custom goes back to the elders. They was doing this stuff. None of that brothers is doing now was new, and you know, it brings people. They said it's going to turn people away. No, a lot of that stuff brings people in because it interests people, and they have questions. They come up and they ask, "Well, why are you doing that?" And then it's a teacher moment for you to be able to go in to scriptures and show people why it is we say what we say. A lot of our people, let me say this myself, I'm gonna use myself as an example. I'm gonna use myself as an example. When I left Christianity, the first place I ran to was Islam. Not Orthodox Islam, but as a 5%er, but I ran to Islam nonetheless. And so a lot of our people, that's what they do because they want to get so far away from white Jesus and Christianity and this horrific history against our people in this country. They want to get away from it when they find out what it really is that happened to us in this country and the religion of the people that did it. So they want to get away from it. So many of our people run to Islam in all its different incarnations. So I understand that, and I understand why our people run to Islam. So when our people pass by the camp and they might see something provocative like a rock on the floor with the word Allah on it, they stop and they ask questions, and it is a teaching moment. They couldn't understand that. They would question, well, what does that prove? It's not for you. It's for our people. Our people are going to walk by and see that and have some questions and give us an opportunity to teach our people. That's the point.
Hey, Shalom family.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom to everyone on the panel. Yahweh Shemir Shabrak. I
Con.
won't be long. I'll put myself back in the audience after I say this. So yeah, I've done cage fighting for 11 years, jiu-jitsu for 7, Krav Maga for 8. So if you do need a brother, as one of the 3, yeah, just let me know. I'm
Damn,
available.
Krav Maga.
Say no more.
Yeah,
Say no
yeah.
more.
Shalom, shalom.
Krav,
Yeah.
Krav Maga. That's what Jason Bourne does, right?
But they said MMA though, bruh. They said we
Oh
have
yeah, I
our
did. I've done that for 12 years as well. So I've done that for 12 years. So that's not a problem. So just when that time does come, holler me, brothers. Shalom. Yahabashim Shabrakta.
Yabashir Shai Barakatah.
So
Hey,
all
Corey,
praise.
Hold on,
see,
Andrew. We need you in the UK, man. Building brothers up.
yeah.
so
Hey,
We
Corey,
need
hey,
you
look,
for
let me say
75
right
years.
there. Corey,
hey,
let me
Hey,
I'll
speaking
put
of
it like this, yeah.
animalistic, man.
Yeah, look, I'll
Let's.
be honest with you, right? Anyone who knows the UK, I live in Luton. I live in Luton. If you know the UK, that's Elam. It's Elam and Ishmael Central. That's it. That's literally it. I live in Luton, so I had to grow up having to like beat down on Elam and literally kind of make a name known, especially being surrounded by them. But yeah, they're wicked. They always want to when you outdo them or out argue them, they want to go physical. I just like blowing their mind to show, yeah, I'm good at physical as well. I'm gonna embarrass you. So yeah, it be like that over here in UK, man. It's vile. It's disgusting.
Yeah, bro. I'm from
Con.
Birmingham as well. Shalom, brothers.
Oh, you in Birmingham? Shalom,
Yeah,
King.
yeah, I'm in Birmingham, but trust me, Muslims are the most hypocrites and violent. Cause I'm coming from Muslim backgrounds. Cause I'm coming from Sudan, and Sudan's ancient Egypt, as you know. But the Muslim out there is completely different and violence. They try to take everything you got, your heritage, your book, your language. Because before I was speaking ancient Hebrew, yeah, now I'm speaking Arabic. And they converted us all to Islam. And now they're fighting us. They separated us. That's why, Sudan is split into South Sudan and North Sudan. And bro, too much. If you go about Sudan, and I'm coming from the west side, bro, like 50 years ago, we were Jewish, Jew then. But how come we ended Muslim now? Thank you, brothers.
Right, Slovakia.
the
We have a camp. We have a camp in Nigeria, right? We have a HOI in Nigeria. It's not official, but I'm letting the cat out the bag. Um,
There's the brothers that teach out there in Nigeria. They go to certain spots, and they tell us, they tell us like, yo, man, we can't go over here. They not really built up in the spirit just like that just yet. I told them, most high willing, we get out there. The pull up boys pull up. We going where they don't go. And they said the Muslims will kill you. He said that the Hamites, the Ishmaelites, all of the Muslims will kill you if you speak against Islam.
Yeah.
So for them to sit up here and say that we're the most barbaric and the most thugged out and all of this terrorism, like you were the face of terrorism. On September 11th, the Arab finally felt what it felt like to be a nigger for once in America. They felt that evil look, them evil stares, those spirits, them spells that they was casting just with their vision, with the eye contact that people was giving them. You see what I'm saying? So for them to say Christianity and Islam has killed billions and billions of our people. You see what I'm saying? In the name of their deities. So for them to throw that on us, like Isaiah 5:21 say, woe unto them that call evil good, man. And this is what we're living in. This is what we're seeing. But for them to try to flip the switch on us, and they always want to bring up this Jersey City shooting that had nothing to do with us. That was proven, but they keep that as propaganda. You see what I'm saying? So what they're doing, Yasha Allah, they are building cases, and you're gonna be surprised. But a lot of cats gonna be put in that interrogation room because it's prophecy. It's prophecy, and this heat gonna come. You see what I'm saying? This heat gonna come. So just be careful. If you're not ready for that fire, be careful on how you speak on these social media platforms. Especially this, because this is the wire. This is your wire. They don't have to send in COINTELPRO. They got everybody's voices that speak now. So they matching it up. They lining it up. You got your Instagram, your Twitter, everything. Your Facebook account is all connected. They lining you up. They got your facial recognition on Facebook. They got your voice now over here. They got all your images and everybody you cool with on Instagram. And they got the bullshit you like to do on Snapchat. So this is all part of these RICO cases that's coming. As you can see, they come to the gangs. They come to that's what they're going to start trying to give us, especially how they see us coming together on this here app. So just keep that in mind, Israel. Be mindful, stay dangerous, and don't be scared. If you're scared, don't be on the platform. Stay in the audience, man.
Hey,
All right.
so lock it to what their brother just said, man. There's a website, a group called Canary Mission, and everything he just said, a brother was researching the school, or googling the school, and ran across the site. They have a whole dossier on me. When I say they got pictures from me making fun of 9/11, the event that he's talking about, not event, but the thing that happened with the brother and sister in Jersey, we spoke on that. They have the article that I posted and the comments I made about it. I'm talking. They paint me as a gun enthusiast, which that's true. I'm not denying that. But the way they paint the picture is like I'm anti-Semitic, and I'm a danger to society and to the Jewish man, and I'm anti-American. All these things, right? So what the brother is saying, they are watching everything you do, and that's why what Priest Danyala said was so important. When you speak about these things, especially when you prophesying the destruction of the city, this empire, never use your words, because we're proof that they will have you in court playing the video. You know what I'm saying? We've won court cases because the judge is like, well, show me that in the Bible. And then we show it in the Bible. And because of the so-called religious freedom over here, we've won cases because of that. So don't think you're gonna get into this and it's just all fun and all. It's not. This is not a game. Like, it's serious.
know what I'm saying? And we should all take this as a profession. This is not a hobby. And most of the brothers, and pretty much everybody on the stage understands that. But this is for those in the audience. Don't think you're just going to come here and America is going to look at you like a Christian and accept it. They're not. You're going to be able to answer for everything you're putting out there when it talks about, happy shall they be that dashed our little ones against it, you're gonna have to defend that with the truth, with the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? So don't get out here and let these religions get you in an uproar when and you start talking about what you want to do to Muslims or what you want to do to Christians or to the Jewish man, and then get out of the spirit. And now it's your word versus theirs versus the Bible being against them. So I just want to caution brothers, you know what I'm saying? Like, they really are paying more attention, and they're going to try to use these words against you. Let it be the words of the Most High. Let them fight him. Because once you put yourself in that position, you're going to lose. But they're going to respect the word of God. I just want to bring that out.
Hey,
And with that,
Salakia,
Salak,
is that right? Is it
hold on,
right
hold,
if I
hold,
can? Oh,
no, not
Salakia, my bad, my bad.
yeah. We're gonna go ahead and with that, we're gonna shut the room down. So with that, give all praise and glory, Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. Shalom.
Macab, make a room.